Good afternoon. This is the June 21st, 2022 meeting of the Landmark Preservation Commission, and I'll call this meeting to order. Let's begin with introductions of the commissioners. I'll go ahead and get started. My name's Kelly Wemple. I'm an architect nominated by the American Institute of Architects. Next, we have George.
Hi, I'm George Dennis. I have the honor and privilege of living in a landmarked home and working on it.
And you were nominated by?
Oh, I was nominated by History Colorado.
Thank you, George. Erin?
Hi, I'm Erin Hummel. I'm a landscape architect, and I was nominated by the American Society of Landscape Architects.
Thanks. Graham? You're on mute.
Of course I am. I'm Graham Johnson, Preservation Project Manager nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Great. Julie's out today. Gary?
I'm Gary Petrie. I'm an architect, and I was also nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Larry?
I'm Larry Sykes. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by History Colorado.
Erica?
I'm Erica Warzel. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant, and I was nominated by the community at large.
Great. And Anne? You're good. Oh, now you're muted. There you go.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I'm Ann Wattenberg. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
Great. Thank you, Anne. And Jen, could you introduce yourself as well?
Sure. I'm Jen Capetto. I'm landmark preservation staff.
Great. All right. So first thing on our agenda today, we do have one meeting record up for approval. That's the June 3rd, 2022 meeting record. Gary?
I wasn't there, but I'd like to make a correction. The meeting minutes are listed as a meeting agenda, and they should be meeting minutes.
Great. Thanks, Gary. Good catch. All right. Any other comments on the meeting record, the meeting minutes? And if not, would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I will move to approve the meeting record for June 3rd, 2022.
Thank you, Graham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Larry. All right, then I will call for the vote. George?
Aye.
Erin?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Abstain.
Larry?
Aye.
Erica?
Abstain as well.
Okay. Anne?
Hi.
All right, great. So we have 2 abstentions, which is Gary and Erica, and the rest were in favor, which is, let's see, that's 6 votes. So the motion passes and the meeting record is approved. All right. At the beginning of every Landmark Preservation Commission meeting, we like to reserve some time for public comments. This is not for any project that's under review for the hearing today or the design review projects. Those will have their own public comment periods at a later time. But if you'd like to make a comment on preservation matters in general, now's the time to do so. So if you would, please dial *9 if you're joining by phone, or email landmark@denvergov.org. And if you're joining via computer, you can just use the hand raise button, which should be at the bottom of your screen for Zoom. Any public comments at this time?
I don't see anyone's hand raised, and just FYI, at the moment, there's no one by phone.
Okay, sounds good. All right, then we'll go ahead and keep moving. We've got a few projects on consent agenda today, 5 different projects. And is anyone, I think we might have a recusal. Does anyone need to recuse themselves?
I do need to recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Graham. So Jen,
All
can
right.
we move him?
I'm moving. Yeah, hold on. Let me find you. There we go. Move. And you're not co-host, you're going to attendee, which means for the public that Graham will not be visible and we cannot hear him. And that way he cannot influence the vote.
Great. All right. So if there's no one else recusing, we'll go ahead and move forward. So there's 5 projects on the consent agenda. Were there any questions for staff or any projects that need to be pulled off consent? Nope. All right, then would someone like to make a motion?
I can make the motion.
Thanks, Erica.
Just a second, let me. Okay. I move to approve consent agenda items 2022-COA-254, 3117.5 Stout Street. Project 2021-COA-344 at 2632 West 37th Avenue. Project 2022 COA-257 at 940 East 5th Avenue. 2022-TAXC-02 at 740 Washington Street, and 2022-TAXC-04 at 2447 Hooker Street.
Thank you, Erica. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Gary. If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll call for the vote. George?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Larry?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne? And Kelly? Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote and the motion passes. So if you are joining us today with a project on the consent agenda, your project has been approved and you can feel free to hop off the call unless you'd like to join us for the remainder of the meeting.
And I moved Graham over, I believe.
Great, we'll give it a second to react.
Did that work? Yeah,
Graham, are you back with us?
he's on
Great.
mute, but yeah.
Yep, I'm here. Thanks.
Great. All right. So next up on our agenda, we do have one public hearing today. Could we get the process for public hearings up on the computer?
Is it not sharing?
It's public comments for a hearing.
Yeah, it's not sharing the process. I can pull it if you don't have that on there, Kara. It's on the.
Yeah, nope. I apologize. I don't.
Okay.
That's okay. I'll go ahead.
No,
I've
got it.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Let me just get to it. There we go. There we go.
Great. So I'll go ahead and announce the project that's up for a hearing, and then staff will go ahead and introduce the application and provide their recommendation, after which we'll hear from the applicant. They'll have up to 10 minutes to present, and the commissioners will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. When we're done with that, we'll open it up for public comments. So public comment periods are 3 minutes per person for a public hearing. So if you have a comment at that time, we'll go ahead and ask, and you can use the hand raise button if you'd like to comment. Once we're done with that, I'll go ahead and close the hearing, and the commission will move into deliberation and vote. So with that, I would like to open the public hearing. This is for 2021L-009, 1090 Cherokee Street, also known as the Cadillac Lofts. So I'll go ahead and open the hearing, and Kara, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kara Hahn. I'm a principal planner with Landmark Preservation. And as Kelly said, we're here for the designation application of 1090 Cherokee Street. It is located here on the corner of 11th and Cherokee in the Golden Triangle neighborhood. It is in Council District 10, and while we refer to it as Golden Triangle, it is technically the Civic Center statistical neighborhood. The owners, it's a condo building, so there are multiple property owners, but the applicants are residents of the building. So Dennis, Catherine, and Douglas are applicants and residents within the building. And so for some brief background, for anyone who is participating and is an owner in the property, we want to make sure that we provide a little information for them, what it means to be designated. So we Denver Landmark came about in 1967 through Denver City Council with the purposes of designating, preserving, and protecting historic resources. Since that time, we have designated 355 individual landmarks and 58 historic districts. And there's a map here that shows the historic districts in the blocked colors, and then the small red dots are our individual landmarks. So this would move us to 356 landmarks if this was designated. That represents the designations of about 4.5% of the city, or approximately 1 in 25 structures. If a property is designated, there are no required improvements for that particular property. It's designated as is. If there are proposed changes to the exterior of the building, they would follow the design guidelines with the intent of preserving the historic character of the property and providing clear and predictable regulations for the property owners, applicants, and staff. And then as an individual landmark, the demolition of this property would be highly discouraged and would require the review of the Denver Landmark Preservation Commission. In terms of the things that a property would review or what we would not review, we review things that are on the exterior of the building that requires a building and zoning permit. So for something like this, which is a just one single building, it would be windows, roofing, exterior alterations like mechanical signage, possibly solar would be the types of properties, types of projects that would likely come forward from this. We do not do anything on the interior. We don't do paint colors. Anything that is just general repair and maintenance are things that we would not review. And as I noted, within Denver, the designations are a community-driven process, and this is coming forward from 3 residents of Denver. And per the landmark ordinance, in order for something to be designated, it needs to maintain its integrity, be 30 years of age or older, and it meet at least 3 out of 10 criteria. And then you, as the Landmark Preservation Commission, should consider the property's historic context. For this particular property, it meets 3 criteria, A, C, and D, and we're going to go through all 3 of those. So first, it has a direct association with a significant event, or in this case, the historical development of the city. 1090 Cherokee Street is significant both for its role as a support facility to the nearby automobile row that began in the 1920s, and also for its reuse as the first new residential building in the redevelopment of Golden Triangle in the 1980s. So starting with the development of Automobile Row, or sometimes known as Gasoline Alley, it was typically between Broadway and Lincoln on 14th and Spear, with a little bit of other service things spilling out to the other properties and other building or other streets. So this is a 1929 corrected to 1937 Sanborn Map. And I don't know if you guys can see if it's big enough to show, but as you look up and down here, these are almost all automobile related industries. And sometimes they're the showrooms, sometimes it's the service station, sometimes it's a place that, you know, paints cars, but really this was Denver's automobile industry in sort of this really concentrated area in the 1910s, 20s, and 30s. So this sort of coincided with the rise of the popularity of the car. And so at one point in 1910, this industry employed 1,500 workers here in the city and county of Denver, just in this small concentrated area. And so Cadillac was a major company in those early days, as it's still a household name today. And so the Cadillac Lofts was the service building that was designed and constructed in 1920 and 21 as a complement to R.R. Hall's Cadillac dealership. There were a few dealerships that sold Cadillacs, but his was the most prominent. And so this isn't about the building. The building you see here was located at 1376 Broadway. It has since been demolished. So this was the showroom of the Cadillacs. And this was, so the Cadillac Lofts itself was the service building that was associated with Cadillac. Because it was known as a high quality automobile, even then, the service station was intended to really be of high quality for the customers. There was a sales room, there were particular departments for quick services, for repairs, for paint, for trimming. If a car came in for any particular service, it always came out washed. There was an electric drive-through door that was accessed via a doorman. There was another entrance that allowed access by foot. There were elevators for the customers to use, a phone system for the customers. So it was intended that a customer could come in and then sit in a very pristine area and allow the work to be done elsewhere. It was also intended to be really employee friendly. There was an elevator for the cars to go to every floor. There was an outside exhaust system at every station to make sure that the exhaust fumes weren't building up in the building. There was a cafeteria and a library for the employees. And so this was intended to be a high-end service station. And so this represents the development of Denver's auto industry, but we have a lot of showrooms that have been designated, but this is representative of the service industry and a high-end service industry of the automobile from the 19-teens through the 20s and 30s. The building is also significant not only for that earlier history, but also for the later history of the redevelopment of the Golden Triangle area. So the Zeppelin development, they tended to go into underused Denver neighborhoods and start some redevelopment. And so this Zeppelin worked with the community to develop a neighborhood plan. He acquired the building. It had been vacant for decades. And then turned it into lofts. So you were able to reuse the building. It's a really great example of historic preservation here in Denver with the adaptive reuse of this building. And it was a catalyst in the redevelopment of the Golden Triangle neighborhood in the 1980s. And so it started as a, or became a residential building there, and it still continues to be a condominium. And so the building represents the development of Denver, one from its early auto industry history, and then from the more recent redevelopment of the Golden Triangle neighborhood in the 1980s. The property is also significant for its architectural style or type. So the 1090 Cherokee Street is an example of late 19th and early 20th century American movements of the Chicago style of architecture. It's a style that developed in the 1890s through the 1910s. The Chicago School were US architects who did innovations in high-rise buildings and the development of modern commercial design. Some of the distinguishing characteristics of that are steel frames, flat roofs, masonry cladding, and really it's the use of little ornamental detail, which are all seen in this building. The building is utilitarian, we're just gonna skip the word, in appearance with its design drawing from its function. So it wasn't intended to sell Cadillacs, but rather to service them while upholding the expectation of what it meant to own a Cadillac. It was an architect designed building, but in a very restrained style that has architectural refinement. And so it is significant for as a late 19th and early 20th century American movement Chicago style of architecture. And then finally, it's significant under Criterion D as a significant example of the work of a recognized architect or master builder. So this building was designed by the Denver architecture firm Fisher & Fisher, which is a long-term and prominent architectural firm. They designed multiple buildings, residence, churches, hospitals, some municipal properties. They varied in style and scale, but they were typically known for high-style buildings. None of their work that is known to be related to the automobile industry. This is the only building that's known to be related to the auto industry and the only one known to be known for its warehouse and commercial industrial use. So most of this is, so this is very uncommon for the firm. There are other sort of commercial designs were tending to be office buildings or additions and much higher in style. So as the only known warehouse or service building, only known auto related building designed by Fisher & Fisher, it is a significant example of their work. And so in addition to meeting the 3 criteria, a property must retain integrity. So there have been very minimal alterations to this particular building. There was a reconfiguration of this particular entrance here, and then the infill of some of these larger garage doors. And as you can see, these are 3 photos of the building, and the way you can tell its age is whether the streets are paved and what kind of cars there are. But you have the 1920, circa 1920s. You have a circa 1980s, which would represent its second era of development, and then you have its current iteration. And as you can see, taken from generally the same location, this building retains excellent integrity. And then finally, per the Landmark Ordinance, you as the Landmark Preservation Commission are required to look at the historic context of the property. And so, as is appropriate for properties proposed for designation, the historic context is strongly interrelated with both the areas of significance and the periods of significance. So it's related to the Golden Triangle area, which slowly developed in the 1880s and 1890s, primarily as a residential neighborhood, and then transformed to commercial and auto in the 1920s and 30s. And then in the post-war, it became a slightly less desirable neighborhood and then redeveloped in the mid to late 1980s. And so the Cadillac Lofts is associated with that change to the automobile industry, and then later the redevelopment of the neighborhood about 60 years later. The period of significance is 1920 to 1985, which takes into account its design and construction, and then its use as a residential structure. So Landmark staff finds that it meets the criteria. It is over 30 years of age. It meets 3 different criteria. It retains its integrity, and you will all consider its historic context. And then here is a motion that we have for its recommendation of approval and forward to City Council. And I will stop sharing my screen.
Great, thank you, Kara. Are there any questions for staff?
You just got super quiet.
Whoops.
There you go.
Thanks, Kara. Sorry, I forgot I flipped my microphone up. Are there any questions for staff? No? All right. Are the applicants present? We could promote them to panelists. That'd be great.
I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. I'm trying to get the timer up. That's what I'm trying to share.
They both should be moved over.
There we go.
Great.
You guys
All
can see a
right.
giant timer.
All right. So when you're ready, feel free to unmute yourself. And if you could start with your name and address for the record, you have up to 10 minutes.
Well, I guess I will, I'll start. My name is Beth Glandon. I am the Director of Research and Engagement for Historic Denver. And Historic Denver is a local nonprofit. We are focused on ensuring that Denver's unique identity, its cultural landmarks, and historic places are thoughtfully maintained, actively used, and relevant for future generations. We worked with the Cadillac Lofts applicant group to prepare this landmark application that you all have reviewed. And we think that this building is important to Denver's history and really on many levels, as Kara has laid out for you. It's one of the few remaining buildings in Denver's Automobile Row. There are a few other examples, but this is a fantastic one that still remains. The building is the work of the architectural firm of Fisher & Fisher, one of the most notable design firms in Denver's history. And the lofts are really a unique example of their work. It's much different than other high style examples that we do see throughout the city. which really makes it unique and important. The building was really the first new residential development in the Golden Triangle area back in the 1980s, when it was converted to its current use. And 40 years after its conversion, it still serves as a fantastic example of how historic buildings can be adaptively reused and live on in new ways. So I just want to thank you from Historic Denver for your review of this application, and we really hope that you see fit to allow this to move through the process. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I am Dennis Humphreys, an architect, and I have lived in this building since 2004. As some of you may know, I have been very attached to the Golden Triangle for a variety of reasons since the early 1990s, late 1980s. I'm not quite that old, but I found a fabulous amount of history in it, a fabulous amount of potential in the Golden Triangle. And so when I chose a place to live, I wanted to live in a place that was very unique and special. And certainly the Cadillac Lofts that was developed by Mickey Zepp and Larry Nelson presents that opportunity. The three applicants, we were all on the board of directors of the Cadillac Lofts last year, and all very much support this designation. Personally, I have been trying to advance this designation for a number of years. And as you are probably aware, in a condominium project where you have multiple voices, it's sometimes difficult to get it to move off the mark. As you're aware, we have construction cranes flying over us as we speak, as the neighborhood has recently been rezoned and allows for the development of 25 to 30-story towers. And so we are currently seeing that, and our building, I don't believe, is in danger of being removed. And so that wasn't necessarily the logic for our moving forward with this designation. It was really about the pride and special character of the building that we all believe in, as described in the nomination that has been put before you. So we don't plan on putting an addition to the building or doing major alterations. The Homeowners Association over the years has done quite a bit of work in terms of restoration, masonry restoration, and things of that sort. And we look forward to continuing that, potentially through some assistance with tax credits, et cetera. So we are very excited about this. Again, the building is just slightly over 100 years old. I believe it became a condominium in 1994. So our lives in the building is short compared to the history of the building, but we're very excited and we encourage you to support this designation. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your time. And I believe that we still need your addresses. It could be business or personal address, both Dennis and Beth.
Okay. My address is 1090 Cherokee.
Thank you.
Number 202, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Thank you. And Beth?
I'm at 114 Elati Street.
Great, thank you. All right, are there any questions for the applicants? Yeah, Erica.
I have one quick question. The application refers both to the building being a steel frame construction as well as a concrete frame, and I was curious which one it was.
The building is predominantly concrete, although there are some steel beams in the unit that I live in. It also has a combination of wood structure. So it actually, the interior, and these are all original components of the building. So I'm not sure their logic for how they move forward, but because of the significant weights of the cars coming up into the upper levels, it is only 3 stories in height. So it is predominantly of concrete.
Any other questions? No? All right. A complete application. We have no questions. All right. Thank you for your time. Are there any public comments? Please use the hand raise button at this time. It should be in the bottom of your screen for Zoom.
Yep, it looks like we've got one comment and I need to, this is what I need to do. Trying to get out of, that's what I need to do. Sorry about that. Move this over and then pull this up. Go back.
Quite the process.
Yeah, it's easier with a phone, but it looks nicer this way. All right, let's see. We have Brad, who is asked to speak. So,
and please start with your name and address for the record.
And you'll need to unmute yourself, Brad.
Yes, my name is Brad Clemens. My address is 1090 Cherokee, number 311. As you may have guessed from my address, I am a resident in the Cherokee Lofts since 2007, and I'm very much in support of the historic designation. We bought our unit especially because of the historic sense of the building itself, and then also we were aware even when we bought it of its connection with Automobile Row on Broadway, and at the time that we bought it, there were still some other automotive related buildings in the neighborhood. Those are quickly disappearing. I think I know from our friends and neighbors that live in the Golden Triangle, our building is a little bit of an icon in the area and is really part of the warmth, I think, that the Golden Triangle has. I would be pleased as punch if this is approved. I would very much encourage you all to support our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No one else has their hand raised, so no.
All right. Great. Well, if that's our only comment, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Sorry, we had a late hand raise.
Okay, great.
Anna has asked to, hold on, let me reset this. So Anna, you're allowed to unmute yourself whenever you're ready. Did that work? I don't know that you have a microphone. I'm not seeing a microphone option on yours. Let me promote you to panelist. See if that works. So Anna, you're gonna have to, there should be a button that you have to click when I promote you to panelist that accepts it, and then you move over. Doesn't seem to be working. I don't have an option for any other, like, I've clicked the allow to talk a few times and I've promoted a panelist a few times and it's not working.
Not sure is there an option? Jen, have we come across this issue before where like rejoining the meeting helps, or have we? I don't recall not seeing the option for audio.
Oh wait, hold on a second. She disappeared, so I'm wondering if, has she moved over? Hold on a second.
I moved her over.
Yeah, I did too. Is she, but she's not over, is she?
Doesn't look like it.
No.
No, but maybe she's trying to rejoin.
Yeah, maybe that's what's going on. We'll give her a moment.
Thanks everybody for your patience. This is the downside to a virtual meeting.
Okay,
Right.
you're back. Allow you to unmute. I'm promoting you to panelist just in case. I don't see a microphone option like it should. Usually the microphone icon shows up when someone's been.
Yeah, Anna, it sounds like a bad connection, but let's go ahead and try. I'm sorry, we can't. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Any other recommendations, Jen or Emily?
I do. I'm gonna pull up real fast the phone call. Maybe she can call in. And let me see if I can get that information up real fast. And I'm just gonna put it on the. So I'm gonna type it right here. Well, new slide. Here we go. Call this number.
But then we still need we won't know her.
Yeah, but we don't have anyone
phone
else.
number. So, oh, gotcha. We don't have anyone else by phone.
So Anna, if you're still joining us and you could call in, that should help because the problem is the connection. We could hear a third of every word that you were saying and very slowly. So hopefully that works. Just give her another moment.
Okay, looks like she's
left.
Dropped.
For everyone else, this is usually a rare occurrence.
Yeah. Apologies, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We'll just give her one more moment. We like to try and allow anyone who wants to speak during public comment.
Oh, we got a phone number. Sweet. All right. I don't know if this is Anna, but we're going to guess it is. Anna, you'll just need to click *6, I believe, to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am doing this on my phone instead of my iPad because the memory's full and it wouldn't let me reload Zoom. So
Great.
I don't have all the buttons and icons I'm used to seeing to maneuver. So I apologize.
Well, you've got up to 3 minutes. If you could start with your name and address for the record, the time's yours.
Oh, okay. My name is Anna Chapik. I live at 871 Fox Street, just across here and Sunken Gardens Park. And after all of this, all I want to say is that I support the historic designation, and I hope that you will too for the Cadillac Lofts.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Glad that worked.
all that for me to just put in my vote there, but I
No
appreciate
problem.
all the efforts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All
Director
right.
*6 again.
Any other comments? Please use the hand raise button. Nope.
No.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll go ahead and move into deliberation. So commissioners, got to hear from the applicant and from Kara. What did everybody think?
Madam Chair, I'll jump in. I have a
Thanks,
soft
Graham.
spot for automotive architecture, so this one's a slam dunk for me. But I think that the research, the pedigree of the architects, the integrity of the building, are all great things. So I'm excited to see it and excited to support it.
Thanks, Graham.
I'll just add my
I'd like to,
sense
go
that,
ahead, Erica.
that I'm also really glad to see that the redevelopment from the 1980s and the adaptive reuse is part of what we're considering here. I think that's really great. One, just to highlight that adaptive reuse can be a win-win for people and keep the integrity of a building, but also that it is clearly an important part of how this area of the city has redeveloped and become its own neighborhood as it is today. So I fully support the application. I would like to also say that thanking the applicants for their work on this. It's great to see this come forward. I think the context is very thoroughly developed for all three of the criteria. I did want to just briefly note that there was a mention of integrity of association as not being high for this building because it's no longer being used for its automotive original function. I'll quibble with that a little bit just because association actually isn't about it being used as it was historically. It's really about, could an observer see that historic association, which I think is clearly there for this building, that it has this early 20th century commercial / industrial architecture and use, and that we can still see today. So I think integrity of association is actually quite high. And so I would just like to put forward that the application should be approved, but I would like to see a slight correction in that steel frame versus concrete frame. It sounds like it's a little bit of a complicated situation. It may not be clear to say one way or the other, but somehow just clearing that up so it doesn't seem like the application is fighting against itself, as it were. So thank you.
Great thoughts. George, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'm happy to support the effort to designate the Cherokee or the Cadillac Lofts. I found it very interesting that we have the chance here to designate a building that's not full of curls and swirls and towers and turrets and all of that, but is a solid reminder of Denver's early growth as a city. Anyone who appreciates Denver traffic would have to appreciate a building like this, and I think it's good that it gets a plaque. Thank you.
Great. I agree with everything that's been said, and I think the photos really do reinforce that it does retain such a high degree of integrity, and that's great to see. I also think it's really interesting that this is a Fisher & Fisher building, since it's so unlike a lot of what we see of their work around Denver. So it was a very complete application. I think it clearly meets the criteria for designation, so I'll support it. And I see some nodding heads. So if there are no other comments, it sounds like we've come to consensus. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Sure, I will. Madam Chair, I'd like to move to recommend approval and forward to City Council the landmark designation of Cadillac Lofts at 1090 Cherokee Street, application number 2021 L-009, based on landmark ordinance criteria A, C, and D, citing as findings of fact for this recommendation the application form, public testimony, and the June 11th, 2022 staff report.
Thank you, George. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Thanks, Erica. Did I get that right?
No, Aaron.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron. I saw you unmute. All right. Well, great. If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll call for the vote. George.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Larry.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Aye.
And Kelly. Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote and the motion passes. So good luck with City Council and congratulations being one step closer. All right. So now we're going to move into our design review projects. So today we have, let's see, 3 projects on design review. The process is up on the screen right now. So I'll go ahead and announce the project similar to the public hearing process. Staff will then introduce the application and provide their recommendation, after which we'll hear from the applicant. And then we'll open it up for public comments. So it's the same process as before, except the public comment period is 2 minutes per person. Once we hear from all of our comments, we'll go ahead and move into deliberation. All right, so the first project we have today is 2022-COA-256. That's at 1038 West 13th Avenue. Go ahead, Jesse.
All right. So here is 1038 West 13th Avenue. It's located on the corner lot and is a contributing building to the newly designated La Alma Lincoln Park Historic District. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2-story garage and ADU structure at the back of the lot. The ADU will be 30 feet by 33 feet, and here's a site plan showing the footprint of that proposed ADU structure. Here are floor plans for the proposed structure. The ADU will have an exterior stair and will have a garage access off of the alley, which are all typical of the context in this district, minus the exterior stair. The proposed structure will have a simple Italianate form with a flat roof with a parapet and will be 19 feet 7 inches in height. The ADU will be clad in stucco and will have a simple stucco cornice and window and door lintel details. The door will be paneled fiberglass and the windows will be 1/1 double hung fiberglass. The exterior stair will be a simple wood stair and with a railing with a small landing at the second floor entering into the ADU. The garage door will be a paneled steel door with a small shed awning over the top of the entrance, and the awning roof will be clad in raised seam metal roofing. Staff is recommending approval of this application, citing design guidelines 4.18, 4.19 of the Landmark Preservation Commission's guidelines and guideline 4.6 of the La Alma Lincoln Park guidelines.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Yeah, Anne.
Hi, Jesse, I have a question. The address for this property is on 13th Avenue. So I'm not quite sure why the staff report refers to the ADU as being on the back of the lot.
So it is at the back of the lot. There's an entrance along Lapan Street as well as on 13th. I believe this is the entrance that is along Lapan Street is the primary entrance. So this would be at the back of the lot. If you consider that, it is on a corner lot. But if you'd like to ask the applicant to make that more clear, that's fine.
Thank you.
And just, that's a really good comment. And so Jesse, does zoning also see Lapan as the primary facade, or do they see that as the secondary?
I don't know. We can ask zoning. It'll have to go through zoning review.
I was just curious.
Okay. I mean, currently there's a garage structure there along the alley. So this would just take the place of that existing garage structure.
Great. Thanks. Any other questions for staff?
any reference to how tall the primary house is?
Can you speak up? I can't really hear you, Erica. Sorry.
Oh, great. Can you hear me okay? No?
It's really quiet, but if you shout at it, that'd be great.
Okay, sorry. I didn't see any reference to how tall the primary structure is.
How tall the primary structure is?
Right.
That would also be a good question for the applicant. Again, there is a lot more flexibility in this historic district because it is a cultural district. So that does come into play here. But yes, certainly ask the applicant what the height of the overall structure or the primary structure is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, it looks like we have the applicant present. So go ahead and unmute yourself when you're ready. You have up to 10 minutes. Please start with your name and address for the record.
Fantastic. Hope everybody can hear me all right. This is Michael Benedict. So I'm the owner and applicant for 1038 West 13th Avenue. I don't know do we want to do questions first, or should I just kind of go into presentation?
You can present first.
Okay, fantastic. So yeah, I'm really just looking to build this ADU. As Jesse had already mentioned, there is an existing just 2-car garage back there that is not at all contributing in terms of historic character or anything like that. It's wood lap siding. So just looking to replace that with something that's A, more functional for me as the owner, but then B, more contributing to the neighborhood overall. And also contributing in terms of Denver's blueprint Denver plan, right? Increasing housing density and making ADUs easier to build, all that, those policies and goals. So that's generally, the background on and where I'm coming from on this. And then, so I think there was one question already asked in terms of the setback, right? So I believe this is the setback or the back third of the lot. It's 150 feet long. We're in the back 50 feet of it. That I believe that's consistent with all the other houses along Lipen. I know it's a 13th Avenue address, not sure exactly when that did get changed, but I think for consistency's sake along the block, the front is Lipen side and then the back is along the alley. So that was the first question. And then the second one was around the height comparison. So the tallest part of the building, it kind of slopes down from east side by Lipen to the back side on the west in the alley. So the overall lot slopes down, and the highest point of the building is probably 25-ish feet tall, and that's actually the closest to the garage. The garage will be just under 20 feet tall, or I should say the ADU, and it will also be sunk down a little bit due to that sloping characteristic of the overall lot. Any other questions?
Right. Yeah, does that answer your question, Erica?
Yes, thank you.
Great. And Anne, did that answer your question?
Not exactly. So I guess it's the north face, 13th Avenue is on the north side, is that correct? But the north side of the ADU is closer to the sidewalk than the north side of the primary dwelling. Is that correct?
I don't believe so. The north side, well, I guess it depends where the primary structure ends. If we're counting the porch on 13th side, then certainly I don't think it is. But if somebody was it, oh yes, actually, it's about the same with the front of the porch versus, the actual building, like the front door onto the north side on 13th, it does extend past that. I would say it's a little, it doesn't really look like it though, because of the downward slope of the lot overall. There's actually a fairly large retaining wall, probably about 4 to 5 feet tall in that northeast corner. So all along there, basically the wall is highest in the northeast corner and then gets smaller as we go to the west. So there's that wall plus the regular fence, like 6-foot fence on top of it. So you certainly can't tell from any visibility outside of the actual within the lot that it's further north. But yeah, I believe you are correct.
And did we establish that for zoning purposes, the front of the lot is on Lapine Street or 13th Avenue?
I believe it's on the Lapan side of the lot. I had a preliminary zoning meeting where I did ask some clarifying questions and they seem to indicate that. So I don't have written confirmation, but I think for the purposes of this, it is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. I have a follow-up question to that, to Ann's comment about how far north it is in relationship to the primary structure. Are you locating this based on, like, is it, do you are you just meeting the minimum setback? It looks like you've got a 5-foot setback from the side lot line. And how far north of that are you with this ADU?
Good question. So the 5-foot setback is for the house actually, and then we're centering the ADU on the lot overall. So it's a 50-foot wide double city lot, and we have a 30-foot wide structure. So we have 10 feet of setback on each side, simply centered on the lot.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Nope. All right. Thank you for your time.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the time.
Are there any public comments? Please use the hand raise button at this time. All
We
right.
have someone, Jacob has his hand raised, but Jesse, he's part of the applicant team. Is that right? Or Michael?
So maybe I'm too late to the party, but I'm with Home Rights. We're a local builder in the Denver area, and we're
Got it. Hold on a second. There still is 8 minutes left. So if you'd like to.
Okay.
Yeah, go. You'll just need to do your name and address for the record.
Okay. So my name is Jacob Christian. I'm with Home Rights, a local builder in the area. We're at 4800 Happy Canyon Road. We'll be assisting Michael in the build of this structure, helping him, guide him along the way, consult him through each process. I believe him and his architect have done their due diligence in meeting the historical factors of the neighborhood. And we are open to any suggestions, but hoping that we met those concerns and needs. And I will stop there.
Great.
In terms of public comment, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, so since there are no public comments on this project, we'll go ahead and move into deliberate, or Jesse, you have some recap?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up and say that if it doesn't meet zoning and it doesn't qualify for a hardship, then it would not be allowed to be constructed. It does have to meet zoning requirements, and if not, it has to apply for a hardship. If that is not a possibility, then it cannot be constructed. So just so that's clear, that they do have to meet zoning. And if you do approve this today, that doesn't negate it having to still meet zoning requirements.
Got it. Yeah, Ann.
Jesse, can I just ask you a question? Because this is, I think, the first application we've seen from this area. And it seems to have different requirements. There are no photographs, and there's also no streetscape showing the setbacks of the other houses on either side. So can you talk about that a little bit?
So street back setbacks in the application. Okay, so this would need to meet the typical application requirements, and it does. If you want additional information, that's fine. Loma Lincoln Park is a cultural historic district, and it does have more flexibility as what can be constructed for new infill, but it also does have to relate back to the larger Landmark Preservation Commission guidelines. So that's what I outlined in my staff brief. Mm-hmm. Did that answer your question, or do you have additional questions?
And I think those setback requirements, like that, the kind of black and white plan view, we typically see that for infill, not for secondary, not for ADUs, but for like an entire infill for a primary structure on a lot, a new primary structure. I mean, sometimes people do go above and beyond and provide that for things like ADUs, but I believe that it's not required. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Jesse?
Yes,
Okay.
the new infill application is completely different from our secondary structure application.
And the secondary structure application also, does it not require height comparison with the primary structure?
Not that I recall, but if you feel that is lacking in this application, you can certainly request that information. I would also say to Brittany Bryant did look this up and map it, and the primary structure shows up in our map it system as 23 feet in height. This proposed structure is 19 feet, 7 inches in height. And as the applicant said, it is on a sloping lot, so it will be subordinate in height to the primary structure.
Yes, I think he adequately answered it before. I just, it seems to me that if we're, needing to look at guideline 4.19, we kind of need to have some basic dimensions between the primary and the secondary as far as subordination goes. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Erica. And we do typically see that in our ADU applications, that especially when they're one-story primary structures, we typically see people dimension them. So.
And I can have the applicant add that in their final application before approval if you want to make that a condition.
Great. All right, any other questions for staff? All right, then let's go ahead and move into deliberation. So after reviewing how this meets the guidelines, what are your thoughts?
The first question that came to my mind was subordination. And it's a little hard to visualize the structure, very well detailed for the new structure, but how it relates to the historic house. I'd be a little more comfortable if I could see more of that. So maybe a conditional approval with a submission of drawings or measurements or some kind of graphic that would show the relationship between the existing house and the new build.
I would counter that with, I think we have the information as far as where it's sitting on the site and the dimensions between the ADU and the primary building as far as plans go. And now that we have that height information, stylistically, I think it's subordinate in that it's very simple. Can you all hear me? I feel like I'm seeing strange faces that I'm okay. I think stylistically it's subordinate in that it's very simple and it's not really competing with the Victorian sort of cottage style of the primary house. So I don't really know in this case if more information is needed at this point. I think it does meet the guidelines now that we have that information and we can, request that in the final set. But I would support this application.
Yeah, Gary.
I'm a little concerned about the north elevation in that because it's closer to the street than the primary structure and it's full height along that elevation, whereas the primary structure has a pitched roof. Even though it is physically smaller than the primary structure, I think it's going to impose itself on the street more than we are visualizing. And so for me, it's not so much that it needs to be smaller, but maybe it needs to be friendlier. And by that, I mean, the introduction of some windows on the first floor, I think would be helpful to make this building sort of friendlier to the street because of its proximity to the property line and relationship to the primary structure, which does have first floor openings. So I'm curious to see what other people think.
Yeah, Larry.
If I can chime in on that, I'm just looking at this in Google Street View, and there's a 6-foot fence around the entire rear of the property, and so I don't see any reason why that would change, and so any first floor windows would be mostly hidden by that fence anyway. And as the applicant had noted, there's also a maybe 4 foot tall at the tallest point retaining wall. So that's personally for me not of any real concern. I could support this application.
Thanks, Larry. Anne, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think my problem is I don't understand what I'm looking at. I don't think the applicant has done a good job of showing, I'm looking at guideline 4.18, locate a new garage or secondary structure to reinforce the surrounding historic development patterns. But 13th Avenue is a main street. Whether you think it's a corner lots are always complicated, but there's no way that you're going to look at that and say, oh, that's the back of the lot, because it's not. It's a major street. And so it's, I guess on a technicality, you could say, well, we're actually entering from Le Pin, but to me, this is a secondary structure on a major street. And I don't see that the applicant has done anything to reassure us either in plan or in elevation that it's compatible. So I'm looking at 4.13 and 4.19, 4.18 and 4.19, and I just I'm not convinced that we're seeing something, I'm seeing something that meets those guidelines.
Thanks, Anne. I guess just to chime in, I think that it does actually, in my opinion, I think it meets 4.18 because even if it is a corner lot, the garage or secondary structure would typically be off the alley, and that is where their current garage is, and that's where the new one is proposed. So I think that that does reinforce the surrounding patterns in the district of where a secondary structure would go. And I agree with what Larry said. I think I'm not as concerned about having windows on the first floor because, maybe if this were a rear addition, it'd be different. But since it is a secondary structure and it's supposed to be, simplified and, I think it does give the appearance of a secondary structure. It does have windows on that facade, and I think on the second floor. And I think that, those will be visible above the fence. So I think that that helps. But I think I would support this application because I do think, given the discussion we've had and the clarifications on the height of the existing and the slope of the lot, I think my main concern was whether it was subordinate in height, and I think it does seem to be that way. I do agree, though, that it seems that it could move further south. There's room for it. I would support that. I'm just not sure whether I personally don't think it's necessary, just because we have seen, projections from a side elevation. So if we are interpreting this as the side elevation, then I think I'm okay with where it's positioned currently. Yeah, Gary.
I appreciate Larry's observations. I was reacting to the image on the screen, just the elevation of the building, and not appreciating the site fence. And if you look at a image of the neighborhood on Google or whatever, there's a building across the alley to the east that I think this ADU would relate to physically more so than the house on the same property. So I think in terms of my comments about friendly to the street, I think I'll take those back. And I do think it probably does fit with the context of the neighborhood and its setback is probably closer to the building across the alley. So I think there is some positive relationship to neighborhood context.
That's a good point. Thanks, Gary. Any other thoughts? Heard from most of the commission. Aaron, Graham, George, anything to add?
So I've been quiet, but I think I generally agree with the comfortable and meets the guidelines as presented side of
Thanks,
the
Graham.
conversation. Yep.
Great. Okay. Well, if we're coming to a consensus, would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make it. I move to approve application number 2022-COA-256 for the construction of an ADU at 1038 West 13th Avenue as per design guidelines 4.18, 4.19, La Alma Lincoln Park design guidelines 4.6, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Aaron. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Thanks, Erica. All right. If there's no further discussion on the motion, let's vote. George.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Larry.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Sorry, did you say aye?
I did say aye.
Okay, just checking. Anne?
Nay.
Nay. And Kelly? Aye. All right, so we have 7 ayes and 1 nay, which was Anne. So the motion passes and the project is approved. All right, the next project up today for design review is 2022-COA-259, and it's at 3255 Newton Street.
So our next project is also for an accessory dwelling unit. This is in the Packard Hill Historic District. This is a mid-block property. It's a Denver Square, as you can see in the images up on our screen. This is a contributing structure to the Packard Hill Historic District. So here is the existing and proposed site plan. So this proposed ADU will be placed on the south side of the site adjacent to an existing garage structure. It is not totally tucked behind the existing primary structure. However, within this historic district, there is a variety of placement for accessory structures on the lot. They are often the primary structure is centered somewhat on the lot, placed a little bit to the north. And then as far as accessory structures go, there's just a variety of placement with many of the accessory structures at the 0 lot line. Additionally, because the existing garage will be preserved on the site, obviously this ADU can't be placed totally behind the existing primary structure, as there is an existing structure to consider. So here is the floor plans and roof plan for the proposed ADU. So this proposed ADU is a 2-story ADU with a 1-story bump out to the south, which you can see in plan here. The footprint of this ADU is 36 feet by 22 feet. So here is the side and rear elevations of the proposed ADU. This ADU will be clad in 4-inch lap siding on the 2-story portion, and then the 1-story bump out on the south will be clad in a 4-inch vertical cedar siding that is proposed to have a shugibon finish, and that is that charred wood finish that the commission has approved previously. Generally speaking, this is very simple in design. It has a gable roof for the 2-story portion. The primary structure does have a hipped roof. However, within the Packard Hill Historic District, accessory structures do not always have the same roof form as the primary structure. And you do see a variety of roof forms ranging from flat roofs to gabled roofs in the Packards Hill Historic District. The one-story bump out is going to have a flat roof to minimize the height of that proposed bump out. In terms of the two-story portion, the majority of the windows are double hung 1/1 windows. However, on the south elevation, on the second floor, there are slider windows proposed on the south elevation, and staff do have some concerns over those slider windows as they are not typical of the surrounding historic context, and the south elevation will have some visibility from the public right-of-way. So we would recommend that those slider windows on the second floor of the ADU be modified to be just regular double hung windows to match the other windows on the structure. Additionally, if they're used as sliders, they would allow access onto that rooftop of the one-story bump out, and that would create a violation with zoning of having a rooftop deck in the rear 35. So that's just not allowed, and we would recommend that those be modified. There are slider doors on the one-story bump out. However, staff do not have concerns over those as they will have limited visibility as they're at the ground floor. And we do allow sliders on new construction for door operations on occasion when it has minimal visibility. The interior lot will have a full width porch. While typically accessory structures usually have the porch just over the primary entrance, this is not going to be visible from the public right away, and it provides additional covered space for this ADU. So we don't have concerns over that. I would like to point out to the commission that this project proposal is not showing where any of the mechanical equipment will be placed. So that will need to be shown in plan, which is something staff have identified as a condition within our staff report. Here is the proposal in relationship to the existing primary structure. It is subordinate in height to the primary structure. The primary structure is 29 feet in height, and this proposed ADU is 22 feet, 11 3/4 of an inch in height. You can see that the one-story portion will be visible from the street. So again, that is why we're asking those slider windows on the south elevation to be modified, because it will have visibility due to the placement of the structure on the lot. Additionally, what we are concerned about for this ADU is that there is a path proposed leading from the front of the structure and the sidewalk all the way to the rear of the ADU. This is very atypical of accessory structures, and we would recommend elimination of that walkway to access the ADU from the sidewalk, as that is not common within this district. However, generally speaking, we do feel that the proposed ADU does meet the design guidelines for Denver landmark structures and districts, but we are recommending approval with conditions, and that condition be that the front walkway leading from the sidewalk be eliminated, as that is not typical of the Packards Hill Historic District to have sidewalk access for accessory structures, that the slider windows on the south elevation be eliminated. And then there was also a slider on the north elevation, which I did not mention. It is this guy right here. Oh, nope, that didn't work. This is also a slider. So while that will have minimal visibility, we just don't typically allow slider windows. And then the applicant will also need to show all mechanical equipment in plan, so we know how this space will be conditioned, as it's highly likely that this will be a conditioned space and not a unconditioned space. So approval with conditions for this proposed ADU.
Thanks, Brittany. Are there any questions for staff? Yeah, Larry.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Yeah, Brittany, for the walkway, I can understand why the applicant would want to have an access there. Would it be more typical to have the walkway or a walkway extend from the existing primary structure walkway kind of around the side once you've gotten kind of up the steps and up the hill?
Yeah, so that is something that has been considered in the past. It's obviously not in this application, but it would be a very long walkway for this particular property just because of the placement of the porch for this house is on the north side of the site, and we're looking to access a door essentially on the south side of the site for this ADU. This property is up on a hill and it does have some existing retaining walls, which you can see in the site plan here. And then I'll just go back to the street image, but that is generally more what we see for access to the rear yard. Is it coming off from the existing walkway? So I think it would be more palatable for this particular project, but we don't usually see an additional walkway connecting to the sidewalk.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Nope. All right. It looks like we've got the applicant present, so we'll go ahead and get the timer up. And there we go. When you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself. Start with your name and address for the record, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Yeah, so my name's Cody Van Holland, 1525 Raleigh Street. So I'm with ArcWest Architects in Denver here, and unfortunately the homeowner could not join us today, so I'll kind of be speaking on his behalf. One thing to know, we also did meet with the neighborhood association on this and took their comments into kind of play. We did originally have a bump out on the south side of the structure. We ended up taking that off based off the LPC and their comments. We also tried to lower this thing as much as possible to make the three bedroom property work, to kind of keep it as minimal and subordinate to the house as possible. As far as the staff comments go, we are more than willing to work with what was said. Really, the intention with the sliders was just to provide as much light on the south side as possible and as much air on the south side as possible, but changing those to double hung will not really be an issue. As far as the walkway goes, the homeowner's intention was the ADU would not be for them. And so with the parking, there's really no access from the alley for people who are going to be living in this ADU. We do like the idea, if possible, of connecting it to the existing walkway rather than connecting it to the existing sidewalk. Just so there is some direct access, since they'll most likely be parking on the street rather than the ADU. But like we said, we are more than willing to work with all the comments and agree with majority of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Yeah, go ahead.
Cody, can you tell us the relative square footage of the two dwellings, the existing one and the ADU?
Yeah, can you, Brittany, do I have control or do you go to the site plan? There should be the info. If not, I can pull it up.
That's also under for the staff comments under 4.1, and if you need a quick reference.
Yeah, sorry. So it looks like 803 on the primary and then 778 on the ADU ground floor.
So that's the ADU ground floor, but then the total.
Correct.
Yeah, so
it'll be 75% of that, so around 1,300 square feet total.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions for the applicant? I guess I just have one, and that is with the flat one-story projection on the south side. So it looks like the roof gets really close to the sill of those windows. Has that detail been fleshed out? Do you feel that height is what it will actually be, or are either the windows or the roof going to move?
They have. We tried to get as much space into that lower floor as possible, as it is the bathroom and then part of the living room, and we were going to make that glass tempered glass. just because I believe it's within 18 inches of the actual first floor. It is possible to be lowered if needed, just because it is a little bit arbitrary, but it was more just trying to get as much head height on the first floor.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments on this project? Please use the hand raise button at this time.
I don't see any hands raised, no.
All right. Okay, any recap, Brittany?
Yeah, so the applicant did eliminate on the south elevation, there was a bump out proposed for the second story. Both staff and the RNO commented that that bump out should be eliminated, and that's reflected in the proposal before you today. The applicant also did lower the height of the one-story bump out parapet per staff comments, as we felt that it was previously too tall. So some modifications have been made to the submittal, but generally speaking, the RNO did support the submittal. You have their letter as part of their packet, but generally speaking, this does meet the zoning code, because I do always do a zoning code check. You are allowed to have 2 accessory structures on this lot, provided that only one of those accessory structures has garage doors. So the existing garage is the one with the garage doors. But again, I know enough about zoning to be dangerous. So I don't have much more to say about the zoning code.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, so we've heard from staff, we've heard from the applicant. How do you all feel this meets the design guidelines? Or does not? All right,
I guess I can
Larry, great.
jump in here.
Thank you.
I mean, I think it generally, I agree with the staff report that it generally meets the design guidelines, with the exception of the sliders and the walkway. I do feel like, maybe kind of reflecting some of Anne's questions, the scale of it, both as its footprint on the property and its height, does get right close to the edge of being almost the same scale as the primary residence. And then when you combine it with the existing garage, it's like there's actually more secondary structure footprint on this site. But that said, it's the placement of it and the the relative narrowness of it compared to the primary residence. I feel like in context, it will feel subordinate from everything I can tell from this presentation. So I support it.
Thanks, Larry.
Madam Chair, I was going to jump in and say I also agree with staff's assessment and recommendations. I did like the comment, if it is important to the applicants to have that access from the front, that maybe hooking the walkway to tie in front of the primary residence instead of, it's not a curb cut, but a new sidewalk street cut, whatever that might be, minimizes that impact. So I appreciated that friendly suggestion, but generally agree with the staff report.
Thanks, Graham. Erin, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I'll weigh in on that sidewalk. I support the overall application, and as far as the condition of not having a sidewalk at all to the back, I would encourage them to connect to the existing sidewalk. This property is mid-block, and I think would make it not very functional as an ADU if you can't access it from the street where people will be parking. And I think with the ultimate goal of trying to increase housing stock in the city, even within these historic districts, it needs to function well from a pedestrian standpoint. So I would support having the sidewalk connect to the existing walk by the steps and wrapping around back. Otherwise, I'm in support of the application and the other two conditions.
Thanks, Erin.
Jump in and say, I feel like Larry did a good job of summarizing, but I kind of reached a different conclusion, or I guess I'm just not sure I am in support of it. Although the height of the ADU is below the height of the main house, you know, the overall roof is, you know, that's the peak of the hipped roof of the primary building that we see being taller. But the main kind of cornice line and the main roof, as it were, is lower than the ADU. And that's just kind of one example, I guess. I guess I'm just feeling that I'm in agreement with some of the conclusions the neighborhood association met, where it feels like this is just right at the edge of, and I'm not 100% convinced that I think it's subordinate enough to the primary building. I am not coming down with a hard and fast, I'm against this application, but I just feel like it's not clear to me that it is meeting guideline 4.19 entirely. And I'm just curious if there are any others that feel that way.
Yep. I was semi-okay with it. The ADU probably meets strict interpretation of the guidelines. And then I look at this view from the south on Newton Street, and because of the issue that Erica brought up, namely the eave line on this Denver Square and the peak of the gable and the ADU in the back, just it overfills the lot in my. So I guess I have to say that if it meets the guidelines, it meets the guidelines, and that's all there is to it. Aesthetically, between that and the bump out there on the first floor side, it's not what I would have done. But
so George, are you saying you think it does meet the guidelines, although it's not what you would have done, or that it does not?
I'm saying if the consensus is that the ADU meets the guidelines, then it meets the guidelines. Stylistically, to me, I couldn't support it, but if it's a close call, I would rather err on the side of being a little more conservative on it and not support it.
Okay.
And the RNO seemed to think it was right on the edge too. So it
Yeah,
just looks too big.
Brittany, what were you going to say?
So again, this proposal is not the one that the RNO reviewed. This is a revision based on staff comments and RNO comments. The height has been lowered minimally from the version the RNO reviewed and the version before the commission today. I would state that the RNO was asking for better guidelines relating to accessory dwelling units, which is a future phase proposed for our guideline update. But while they have made some comments on the height, their overall consensus was they had no objection to the proposed ADU. So I just want the commission to keep that in mind as you reflect on the RNO comments.
Thanks. Yeah, that's helpful. Gary.
After hearing the discussion, I have to reveal that I had a conversation with Paul Cloyd, who wrote the letter about this project. Now, and the conversation was not about this project, I don't think. It was a casual conversation where he was just expressing the difficulty that their design review commission or committee within the RMO has with reviewing ADU applications. And I didn't really give him any advice or anything, but as we've been talking about this, and Brittany, as you've mentioned Paul Cloyd's concerns about reviewing the project, I realized that this may have been a project that was the subject of his conversation. So I'm not sure whether I should recuse myself or not, but I felt I needed to reveal that I did have a brief conversation with the RMO design review coordinator about the difficulty that they have in reviewing ADU applications in general.
Sure.
So I don't think I have a conflict of interest with this, but I think it was important to state that. Regarding this project, I sympathize with the concerns that have been mentioned, although I do think it does meet the guidelines and including the conditions that have been stated. I think compatibility would have been better if it would have been a hip roof rather than a gable roof, because stylistically it would compete better. I think there's some things that could have made it better, but I also think it does meet the guidelines, and perhaps it is at that edge where, had it been a bit bigger, it might not have. I also agree with the staff comment that we shouldn't have another sidewalk connection to the main public sidewalk, but I agree with what Aaron suggested, that a sidewalk that kind of extends along the side of the primary structure and connects to the sidewalk that leads to the main door of the primary structure would be an appropriate way of accessing the building.
Thanks, Gary. So I too am having trouble with this application because I do think that it does meet some of the guidelines, and I do think that the applicant has done a good job of trying to reduce at least the height by having the one-story portion there, and it is set back pretty far. The sidewalk is, lower than the primary structure and the rear of the lot. So I think all of those are helpful. I agree with what everyone said about the sidewalk, so I'm not going to reiterate that, but I would support a condition, making the sidewalk connect to the primary structure sidewalk in the front rather than, or path, I should say, instead of the sidewalk. So I agree with all of that. But Gary, you hit on something that I was also thinking, which is I think it would be more compatible to the primary structure and feel a little bit more subordinate if it had a hipped roof rather than the gable. I understand that, not every ADU has to match the exact roof form of the primary structure, but they do have to relate and be compatible. And I think that maybe this particular instance, it would feel more compatible and look more subordinate if it didn't have that front-facing gable. So I would support a condition for that if others would. If not, I mean, I'm not going to hang my hat on it, but I do think it would make it more compatible and make it feel a little bit shorter, at least at the front of the ADU, knowing that obviously the maximum height once it gets to the center of the hip would be higher, but it would feel a little bit shorter at the front. But other than that, I think I would be in support of approving the project based on the guidelines as they stand today. Anne, did you have something? Yeah.
Yeah. I sort of am going to follow up on what Erica said, and I'm looking at guideline 4.19, and to me this doesn't either seem compatible or subordinate. It seems like it's a freestanding primary structure that's in the back of another freestanding primary structure. And I think that bump out kind of says it all for me, because that bump out has nothing whatsoever to do with the configuration of the primary structure. And this is just that a new structure that's out there on its own. It's got the footprint, which is almost identical in size to the primary structure. I agree that I think altering the roof configuration to give it a little bit, something that's a little bit more compatible. Even the materials have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do, as far as I can see, with the primary structure. So I do not think that it meets guideline 4.19.
All right, so I know everyone's said a few things, and I just want to make sure, because it sounds like a lot of people have been on the fence, but we've heard a few people say that they would support approval as it's shown with modifications to the pathway. And then we've heard, you know, it sounds like, and you think it doesn't meet the guidelines. And, you know, I was supportive of some conditions. So I feel like we're a little bit all over the place. So I just want to make sure before we move to a motion that we actually have one that's going to work. So maybe if you could just, by a show of hands, raise your hand if you're in support of the staff recommended motion, which is for approval with the conditions about the slider windows and the walkway to the ADU. Gary raised his hand. Anybody else? Aaron, Larry?
Would with the caveat of the the side connection of the sidewalk versus the total removal.
Gotcha. Modifying that condition. Okay. So we've got 4 people who feel that is a way to go, if I'm reading that right. Is there anyone who feels a denial would be appropriate? Raise your hand. Okay, Erica and Anne and George. So 3. And Larry, since you and I didn't vote, or wait, Larry, were you in the first group? You were in the first group. I'm the only one who didn't vote. Whoops, sorry, I forgot about myself, guys. Okay, so, that's like a tiebreaker situation. I don't like that. I am somewhat in between. I think I would not approve what the first 4 people were in favor of, which is the sidewalk change, and then otherwise approval with the conditions as staff recommended. In order for me to approve, I think I'd need the roof form to change as well. So I'd probably be in the denial situation. Brittany?
I'm just gonna throw this out there.
Yeah.
Not to sway your opinion or anything. I do not feel comfortable administratively reviewing a change in the roof form.
Okay.
So
good to know. Okay. Then I'm probably more in agreement with Erica and Anne and George on this one, which means that we haven't come to a situation where a motion would pass yet, because there's 4 and 4.
I think Anne, go ahead.
No, go ahead, George.
I just think the way Anne expressed it is right on the head. It really doesn't look like a secondary or a subordinate structure. It looks like really an original structure all on its own that found its way into the backyard of this one. And having said that, really pushed me over onto the denial side. So
yeah, Gary.
It's because of the situation we're in. And this is probably requesting a response from Adam. If someone makes a motion to approve this application with the conditions proposed by staff and it only gets 4 votes, that's in effect a denial, correct?
Not necessarily. So remember the commission needs 5 votes to act. if you all were city council, a failure to approve based on a certain number of votes would be a de facto denial. But this board has three options: approve, approve with conditions, or deny. This has not come up, but I would say if any of those three cannot get 5 votes, then the de facto is a denial, because you can't move something forward without an approval tied to it. I hope that helps.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Gary?
Yes, it does. And given that, I will, because I understand the concerns that everybody has, or those that have concerns, I would actually support a denial.
Okay. All right. And then I would like to just revisit, because there was some discussion about it looking like a second primary structure just behind the original, like not a secondary structure. Brittany, you know, I know we've reviewed tandem houses in this district, which essentially is another house behind a house. This was proposed, or in front of us today, was described as an ADU and not a tandem house. But since it cannot have garage doors on it because there is already a secondary structure with garage doors, is this considered a tandem house?
No, this is totally within the Denver zoning code form for an accessory dwelling unit. So it is not triggering tandem house review. I am not 110% certain that this can allow tandem houses in the zone district. If you give me like 2 seconds to look it up.
Oh, this is Packard's Hill. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking Potter Highlands, we've seen them.
And this particular property has its own zoning that does not relate to the rest of the district. So I do need a few seconds to look it up.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant we've reviewed tandem houses in Potter Highlands, not in Packard's Hill. So thanks for pointing that out.
Just to speak on process though, we do review tandem houses through a 2-step process. We treat them like infill construction because per the Denver zoning code, they are allowed to be larger than accessory dwelling units. And then 2 seconds and I will have an answer on tandem house. Is it allowed?
Well, I guess I don't disagree with those who have said that it feels like it's just, you know, not really an ADU, but like its own house behind a house. I kind of agree with that, but I do think that with the grade change from the street and the sidewalk up to the backyard and how far it's set back, I'm less concerned about that because I don't think you're going to see that like front door. You're really just going to see the upper portion. So I just thought I'd weigh in because we've got the applicant listening, and figured they'd like to know whether that was just a few people's opinion or everyone's.
So tandem houses are allowed on this in the zone district. They're allowed to be up to 2.5 stories. There are some exceptions, which I can't speak to because I'm not an expert in zoning, but the overall width is much larger for this area than an accessory dwelling unit.
Gotcha. But this qualifies as an ADU.
It does. It's meeting the code for an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we've had adequate deliberation. Would someone like to try a motion?
I can try the motion.
Thanks, Anne.
Madam Chair, I move to deny application number 2022-COA-259 for the new accessory dwelling unit at 2355 Newton Street, as per design guidelines 4.1, 4.6, 4.8, 4.18, 4.19, 5.9, 5.23, character defining features for the Packard Hill Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thanks, Anne. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, George. All right. If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll call for the vote. Or Erica, do you have
a comment? Sorry. Can you hear me Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Anne's motion that I think she mistakenly said the address as 2355 and I believe it's 3255. But I also think that the guidelines that should be referenced in this denial should really focus on 4.18 and 4.19 rather than the others.
All right, Anne, do you accept that amendment?
I do. I accept that.
Okay, and George, do you accept it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call for the vote. George?
Aye.
Aaron?
Nay.
Graham?
Nay.
Gary?
Aye.
Larry?
Nay.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Kelly? Aye. All right, so we have 5 ayes and 3 nays. The nays were Aaron, Graham, and Larry. Did I get that right? Okay, so the motion passes and the project is denied. So you can work with staff to come up with a new proposal. All right, our last project up for design review today is 2022-COA-262 at 2246 Irving Street.
So our next project is for the phase 2 design details for steeple reconstruction at Merit Methodist Church in the Whittier Coalfield Historic District. This is just a contributing building to the Whittier Coalfield Historic District. It was constructed in 1902 and is within the period of significance. The commission approved the phase 1 mass form and context for the reconstruction of the steeple at the February 1st, 2022 meeting. So just a refresher, here are the existing conditions of the Merit Methodist Church. The steeple was removed in the 1940s, and since that time, this church has not had a steeple. There has been some non-historic siding cladding the top of the structure that will be removed as part of this reconstruction, and some non-historic siding covering some openings that will be removed as part of this reconstruction. So these are just the existing conditions. So here is the initial phase 1 submittal. Generally speaking, the commission was supportive of the phase 1 submittal. There was some comments that the initial submittal, the steeple felt a little too short. So the applicant has increased the height of the proposed steeple from the phase 1 submittal to the phase 2. But generally, the design has remained overall the same. I would like to point out to the commission in the initial phase 1 submittal that the openings proposed in the reconstruction of the steeple were shown as an arched opening, and that has been revised in the current submittal, and I will talk through that in the revised materials, as staff do have some concerns over the revisions that were made to the opening shape and design. So here is the proposed new design. Again, you can see that increase in height that was suggested during the commission's discussion to make it look more like the historic revision or historic design. Again, we don't know the exact height of this proposed steeple, so the height is conjectural, but it is based proportionately on what the applicant can determine in historic photographs of the structure. Part of this application is also replacing the non-historic front doors. It will not involve the replacement of the stained glass transom above the doors, but the existing non-historic doors will be replaced with a tongue and groove wood door, which are very simple in design. We don't have any photographic documentation of the original door design. However, staff feel that the door replacement is period appropriate for this Gothic revival style church. As part of this application, the non-historic cladding material will be removed and the steeple will be reclad in a wood shingle. The design of the shingle was based on commission discussion at the phase 1 that likely that this would have been clad in wood shingle. Again, that is conjecture, but the selected material is based on commission discussion from phase 1, in which it was likely a shingle material, and then the commission would like to see a more textured material. I do have the physical sample of that material here in the office for the commission to look at. It is not as shiny and as textured colored as is showing up on the screen. So you can see that it's a little bit flatter if you look at the image of myself speaking. So I do have that material. It is finished, so it won't bleed. So it's not a Corten material that will cause bleeding onto the bricks below. The existing metal straps will remain as part of this project, and that was discussed significantly in the initial phase 1. Some commissioners felt that they should maybe be removed, but other commissioners felt that they did show the evolution of the steeple and all of the history of this church. So again, here is just the side elevation. Again, showing that square louver that is proposed that was originally an arched opening in the initial submittal, and then that extended height of the steeple. I will just move on to detailed drawings now, as I think they're more significant to this proposal. So as this is a phase 2 submittal, we do have detailed drawings of how the steeple construction will come together and rest on the existing tower base. It is mostly metal and steel construction, mostly 2x2 black steel with 10.38 laminated glass. There will be lights on the interior of the structure. There was significant discussion about concerns over illumination of the tower. The lights are on the interior, and typically the commission does not have purview over interior light fixtures, but they are a dimmable fixture. And then again, the metal cladding material will be a shingle style to replicate potentially that original wood shingle material that may have been used on this steeple. In terms of why the design was changed from a arched opening to a square opening, since the phase 1 submittal, the applicant did do some exploratory demolition on the interior of the structure, and has found that the original louvers are still in place, and those louvers are square in design, which you can see in this image here. The original louvers will remain as part of the design and will be restored. However, staff still feel that there was a arch trim detail present on this opening based on the historic photos and sketches of the design. Again, it is very difficult to tell in these photos, but the sketch is clearly showing an arched design, and then this does appear to be arched as well. We're also concerned that the opening has been foreshortened, because if you look at the interior, there is this panel framed piece here that goes all the way to the roof of the steeple. So staff feel that this was likely an arched design here in this area, and would encourage the applicant to not foreshorten the opening and return that arch trim detail to the louver design as part of their restoration of the steeple project. Additionally, we feel that the square opening, while the louver was clearly square, we don't feel that the opening itself was necessarily square and was probably arched to match the other openings on the structure, as all of the openings are arched, and a square opening would not have been something you would have seen on a Gothic revival style structure. So staff do feel strongly, based on looking at the historical evidence and the interior demolition photos, that the arched opening detail is missing from the submittal and should be reconstructed as part of the submittal. So here are the existing conditions and the proposed conditions with that glass and steel tower, that metal panel replacing the non-historic siding, and the reopening of that square louver. Again, staff would like to see a trim detail, making that louver opening a round opening and not to be foreshortened as it appears to be in the photos based on the interior demolition. I have a few more images to show, but the slide's not changing. Anyways, the slide won't change, but generally speaking, staff do feel that this is an appropriate restoration. In terms of the lighting, it is proposed to be an LED strip lighting. Again, that is located on the interior, and this would have to meet zoning and building requirements for lighting. Staff do have concerns that the lighting is on the interior of the steeple and is not something that's typically of purview of the Landmark Preservation Commission. Our guidelines do talk about using illumination that is significant and appropriate to the significance of the building, and that facade and other types of illumination should only be directed onto civic and institutional buildings. We do feel that even though this is not an individual landmark, this was a community landmarker for the neighborhood, as it was a church, and that using this style of uplighting is appropriate for this particular style building. But again, it is located on the interior, and that's not something that is typically within the purview of the Landmark Preservation Commission. Because we don't have guidelines that specifically address this type of reconstruction, I did pull the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and it states that each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding contextual features or elements from other historic properties, shall not be undertaken. So reconstruction of the missing steeple, it will be in a contemporary style, and it will help interpret the history of the building, allowing it to remain a record of its time, place, and use, while avoiding creating a false sense of history, as it's not an exact replica, as it's not possible to exactly replicate the steeple, as we do not have details on the specific design. Additionally, I pulled the guidelines for the Secretary of Interiors that talk about designs for missing features. And it's recommended that when designing and constructing a new feature where the historic feature is completely missing, such as a chimney or cupola, as in this instance, a steeple, it may be an accurate representation using pictorial and physical documentation, or it can be a new design that is compatible with the size, scale, material, and colors of the historic building. So staff also feel that it's meeting the Secretary of Interior's guidelines for reconstruction, as it will replace the missing feature that was removed in the 40s. And the mass and scale is based on pictorial documentation. However, the materials are new materials that, again, keep it from being a false sense of history, but they are compatible with the scale and massing of the original materials, and the form and shape of the steeple is reconstructing that initial shape. So we are recommending approval with condition, and that condition that the arch detail above the rectangular louvers be reconstructed as part of this project.
Thanks, Brittany. Are there any questions for staff? Yeah, Larry.
Yeah, so I don't know if others had this issue, but the materials that we were sent from staff, I did not see this update. I believe what I was sent was the original phase 1 review.
So I can address that. I did have some issues with the server. We did get the materials corrected within, I think, 24 hours. Sometimes your web page will cache the original submittal. So we did get the correct materials corrected within 24 hours, but as Larry had an issue, did any other commissioners have issues? I seeing some shaking heads, but
Sounds like, did everybody else get the right materials? Okay, so what do we do in this case then?
so maybe a question for Adam, but as the correct materials were posted, I think the rest of the commission can move forward. I don't know how Larry should vote, and I think that's a question more for Adam.
I would advise that if you were unable to review the appropriate materials and you feel that the presentation today also is not giving you the proper background, you need to make an informed decision that you can abstain from the voting. If you do feel, though, that you can make an informed decision based on what was presented today, you're totally free to go that route as well. Really a decision up to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do feel that the presentation was thorough enough, and my review of the previous round, I think I have all the information that I need.
Great. All right. Any other questions for staff? No. All right. Then is the applicant present? I'm guessing it looks like we've promoted them. So you can go ahead and.
Someone else has his hand up, so. Lance, hold on a second. Let me promote you. You might have to press a button to accept that. There we go.
Great. All right. So you can go ahead and unmute yourself when you're ready. Since it looks like there are multiple people who are part of the applicant team, altogether you'll have 10 minutes. And anyone who speaks, please give us your name and address for the record.
Okay, very good. Can everybody see me okay?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
I'm not sure why the visual is not coming up. Can you walk me through that?
Yeah, it should be down at the bottom next to mute. There should be a start video button. Bottom left, probably.
I'm so sorry. I'm at the mute. There it is. Start video. Is it drop down? Okay.
There you go.
First of all, I want to apologize. I had a semi-emergency not long ago, so I'm in a public coffee house. Isn't normally where I would be providing important information to the Landmark Commission. So I apologize for that. So if my voice isn't clear, please ask me to repeat anything. So number one, thank you, Brittany, very much. I mean, I think the original application was probably a year ago, maybe longer. And Brittany and her team helped us navigate through the original phase one. And now with various changes and doing also the important investigative work to see what was actually inside the structure, both from a structural perspective and then eventually a construction of a new steeple and how that would play into a proper build that could be supported for the next many hundreds of years. And we were elated, actually, the architect and the structural engineer and myself were elated to find that internally, very, very good. There was no wood rot. There was no apparent water damage. You can see the structure, the piece across the top. It's the old rough sawn timber. There's no evidence of any of the tuck pointing on the inside being in disrepair. And other parts of the church, there's a lot of re-tuck pointing that had to occur. So very happy with the structure itself of the steeple and the base structure. And I will say that while we were surprised that the interior of the window appeared to be square, me as the applicant really truly have no issue at all with Brittany's suggestion to go to the arched look. You know, I think the arches in the other parts of the church are more created from the surround of the window, the brick surround. The brick detailing around the window creates the arch more so than the window itself, you know, which has the pointed, I'm not sure what the correct architectural term for that is, but it has the pointed top, the Gothic sort of pointed top at the top, which this doesn't have in this historic, you know, picture of what supposedly that was the church, which I think it probably was. If not, it was definitely a twin somewhere else in the country, but I think that's probably a very good depiction of what it was. So again, friendly amendment as far as I'm concerned, more than happy to accommodate that. And again, you know, we're just really anxious to move forward and appreciate all the kind words, general support, and you know, in the phase 1 process that did come from the committee. Most everything was, I believe, embraced and adapted to. I think it'll be a fantastic look, and I think architecturally it helps the overall building and the structure to survive, you know, well into the future with an interesting kind of look to it. I'm hopeful that you do approve some form of the illumination, which, you know, which at night could be very, very minimal. You know, very minimal and still have an interesting, I think, appearance that we're very interested in doing. I do want to give the opportunity to the architect, our architect, Nick Antonopoulos, and our structural engineer, Dennis Finn, to speak. However, I do want to caveat it with the fact that Dennis Finn is not feeling well. He's got all the signs of the, you know what, dreaded disease, but he's at home, he's quarantined, and I think he's still online. So if there's any engineering questions, he's agreed to answer them if we would just keep it brief. So on that, let me go. And Nick, if you want to kindly jump in. Oh, but before I go, actually, do you have any questions for me specifically?
We'll leave all questions for the end.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Nick, do you want to jump in our allotted 10 minutes?
Yeah, thanks, Lance.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, despite the conjecture that an arch possibly existed over the louver, I'm not so sure that that's really the case. I think the historic sketch, the historic quote unquote, illustration, it took a few liberties, and I think that the rounded aspect of that that louver would not really seem to be in alignment with the pointed Gothic arches that are prevalent in all the other openings of the building. Nevertheless, you know, I'm certainly happy to oblige the committee if in fact an arch of some sort is going to enhance the design. Again, there's a bit of a conflict between the round arch and the pointed arches everywhere else. The other problem that I have is that I believe that the structure above that, the existing louver, is a structural header. It's the cross members kind of suggest that, and I think our structural engineer will attest to that as being the case. If we were to remove that or to modify that, all of a sudden we're almost to the base of the steeple itself. Otherwise, we would need to modify the existing rectilinear portion of that louver vent. Now, that would mean cutting it down or modifying it in such a way that may not be appropriate. If we're talking about perhaps doing an arch which is just a trim piece that is not a functional part of the louver, then you know, that could be set over or above the existing louver itself. But that's my only concern. Otherwise, I think, you know, design wise, we can make it happen, and I think make it compatible. Dennis, do you have any? Dennis, are you available? Do you have anything to add?
So my name is Dennis Finn, 5510 South Marshall Street, Denver, Colorado. Yeah, we were quite surprised when we got up and looked at the existing structure. And I will say that we didn't do this originally. We took some stories of people who had seen it and who had, you know, of what the structure was and what it looked like. And one of the reasons we didn't is because we had to do destructive demo in order to open this up, in order to be able to get up there and see this. And I will say that the wood that's used in the louver is the same type of wood that uses that crossbeam header up above. And removing, so I think I'm 100% sure that it was there at the same time, that there was never an arch going across there. If we need to put an arch in there, structurally, it's just a matter of adding a bunch more steel and steel arches and things like this to get the lateral to work. And you know, the structure as it is, it doesn't produce a tremendous, you know, it's all based on wind basically. It doesn't produce a tremendous amount of load, but that load has to go down in the brick on each sides of this window and this louver. And what this header does above this is really transfers that load to one side of the wall and the other side of the wall, essentially the brick wall or the stud wall that's in there.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicants? No questions? All right, well, thank you for
Thank you very
all the
much.
information and
Appreciate
your
it.
time.
Thank you, time. Thank you.
Great, are there any comments on this project? Please use the hand raise button at this time if you do.
Sorry, that's my cue.
No,
I was just waiting.
Yeah, I don't see any hands raised.
No hands raised.
So it looks like we don't have any comments. So with that, we'll go ahead and Brittany, do you have some recap?
Just for clarity, I'm not recommending that the opening itself be an arch opening. I do think it's a trim detail that created that more rounded, particularly arch shape. Now that being said, I feel like this church is inspired by Carpenter Gothic, and you can find a lot of more rounded windows that have that pointed detail with the trim piece. But again, this is all conjectural based on what I can see in the sketch. So I do think it would be very good for the commission to have a discussion on this.
Great. All right, well, let's break this down a bit as we move into deliberation. So obviously, the arch is going to be a big conversation. I'd like to first just start with the lighting, since that was a discussion that we had last time. We've heard Brittany explain that, you know, all these lights are interior. So personally, I'm thinking we don't have purview on that. And I don't, for that reason, have any comments. Does anyone else feel otherwise? No. All right. Yeah. So we don't review interior lighting. So, you know, if there's any friendly comments, I think you could make them at this time for the applicant, but we can't make any proposed conditions based on that. So it sounds like they did take our feedback from the first meeting into consideration, and you know, they're providing dimming and trying to mitigate too much light for dark sky requirements. So I think that that's great. All right, so if there's no other conversation about that, they've also increased the height. Did everyone feel that this was a successful change? Yeah, I see Larry shaking his head, Erica, George. Great. Yeah, I would agree with all of you. I think that proportionally this feels more appropriate to the historic photo. So that looks great. All right. So is there, are we good to move to the arch? Let's move to the arch top openings or trim, whatever we want to talk about there. So what was everybody's thoughts on that?
I'll jump in on that one, Kelly. I think if we're going to rely on the Secretary of the Interior's standards and interpretation, for the reconstruction of the tower with modern materials, that relying on the same sketch that we're not pulling those, material inspirations from for the louver detail felt a little inconsistent. And I think with the photo from the inside, I'd be inclined to support, the revised but the square louver section. I just felt like that consistency was something I'm curious to hear what other commissioners think about as well. But that was my initial take.
Well, could you say a little bit more? I guess I'm a little confused. So you're thinking that the square shape is consistent with this idea of not adding conjectural, or okay.
I think if we're saying that the steeple in the pen and ink sketch, or the rendering we have, is an approximation, but that it's not a close enough approximation that we're not considering a wood shingled, or similar replacement steeple, that I think a similar conjecture for the louvers. Again, it was my opinion on how we would interpret that.
I would agree with that. I think, we've got the benefit of both a historic photo and a sketch, neither of which are totally clear, and one can kind of support the other, but that we just don't really understand the shape of that louvered opening, and that physical evidence, seems to indicate that it may not have been, or at least structurally wasn't. So I'm inclined to agree that to kind of add that at this point would be adding some conjectural features that we just don't have anything to support for sure.
And I see some nodding heads here. I'm also in agreement with both of you. It looks like Anne, Larry, George, Aaron, all in agreement. Gary, you too? Yes, no?
Yes, considering that this is really not a reconstruction. I mean, I think if the intent was to build a steeple as it was originally, we'd have to be more, we need more detail, and we'd have to be more particular. And because this is more symbolic, I think that kind of the latitude to say it was a square opening is fine. So I would go along with that.
Okay. And then the only other thing that I could think of that might warrant a discussion is the materiality. Did anyone have any comments with materiality? Yeah, Gary.
Well, I think materiality is kind of part of what I was saying, that
yeah,
none of the elements that are being put back replicate the original materials. What is being referred to is some basic proportions and heights and shapes. So I don't have a problem with the materiality. I have a problem with some of the detailing, not as it relates to the overall appearance. It's more about will it leak or not, but that's not our purview.
Kelly, I'll jump in and maybe contradict myself a little in my previous statement to the sketch. And I think, at least, and whether it's, academically or just a personal opinion, but I feel like our guideline 4.6 that mentions the use of materials which appear similar in scale, color, texture, and finish to those historically in the district is a little bit at odds to the approach of using the Secretary of the Interior standards to justify something that's very contemporary, but understanding that the gap between those is establishing what would have been the appropriate material for this steeple. And so again, like I said, without trying to cloud a personal opinion or bias leaning towards a more historic material, I was also curious to hear what other commissioners think about sort of our guideline 4.6 versus the, pure contemporary interpretation that we're balancing.
Graham, can I ask you a question? Are you referring to the glass? Or
yeah, I think
metal?
the shape, the proportions, everything that we've talked about so far feels right. And just whether or not, if the glass is intended to be a statement of 2022 as it is, or if it's intended to be, in the context, the color, the texture. There's nothing about, I think, glass and steel on a historic church steeple that says to me historic church steeple in similar scale, color, texture, and finish as our guideline mentions. But again, I don't disagree with the interpretation of the Secretary of the Interior standards here, where we're seeing just a little bit of, I think, disparity, I guess, if that makes sense or helps to clarify.
Did anybody else want to weigh in on that?
Well, I think that there's sort of another piece to this, which is, and I think we talked about this last time, the siding went on in the 1940s. So the siding, in terms of the history of the project, has been there basically for half the life of this building. And the one thing that this material does, because if you look at the sketch, it was obviously masonry going all the way up. Isn't that correct? It sort of reflects that part of the history of the tower, which I think is actually sort of nice. I mean, you have to actually take into consideration that the history of the tower was, it was sort of cut off for about 50 or 60 years there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and I'll just throw my 2 cents into. I understand what you're saying, Graham, that essentially, we can make a modern approach. Like we don't have the historic fabric. We don't exactly know what was there at the top portion above that horizontal band. So that's like one thing. And then the other, being 4.6, which, says use materials that appear similar in scale, color, texture, and finish to those seen historically. And, this is not what we're doing with the glass, because we know that wasn't a glass roof. And so under that same vein, I would agree that I'm comfortable with the metal panels, because it is just a contemporary but simple design, and it's more about rebuilding the mass than matching the historic material that we don't necessarily have a record of. The photo shows that above that horizontal line was a different material. We don't know what. So this, in theory, still gives you that color contrast that we see in the historic photo, but it's just clearly contemporary. So I think for that reason, I would support it. It's not creating a false sense of history, which is supportive of both our guidelines and the Secretary of Interior standards. So that's my 2 cents on it.
I guess since I had asked Graham for the clarification, I will say that, yeah, I do agree that the metal, totally meets the requirements for contemporary but relevant materials. And then, yeah, I think the glass roof of the spire is, or glass materiality of the spire is clearly contemporary, and I think we understand what it's doing, even though it's not what the spire would have been constructed of in its original form.
Great. I don't see a lot of other people jumping in, so I think that it looks like we're reaching an agreement here. Would anyone, Anne, did you have more to add to that?
I just want to make a friendly comment. Looking at the detailing, and I know the detailing's not in our purview, so this is just a friendly comment, but I believe in the detailing, detail 3 on 101 shows that there is a vertical piece of flashing going up at the corners. And I think that will actually really change the look of that panel, as opposed to the panel actually going around 360 degrees. And so I would just as a friendly comment, I would say to the applicant that they might want to reconsider how that flashing is done.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Brittany and Jen, but I would think that would be in our purview. Like if we wanted to make that a condition, the detailing, I mean, really does reinforce what we're reviewing, right? So
You're seeing, yeah, Brittany are nodding her heads for the public.
Yeah. Sorry. And I don't have that. I don't think I have this image in my PowerPoint, but it's definitely on page 3. And I assumed it, well, I don't want to say assumed. It's metal material. So in my opinion, it was how you would detail a shingle material. But that's my opinion and for discussion.
And I mean, so the detail does call out the panels to be field formed. Oftentimes when they're pre-manufactured, they have corner pieces that do match the finish. And so it's just unclear here, you know, whether that's the case. But Anne, I agree with you. I think it would be important that those be very similar. So I think if everyone else agrees, you know, we could make that a condition to make sure that the corner pieces match the metal panel, the corner flashing. Gary, did you have something to add? Did I see your hand go up?
Well, yes, I'm a little puzzled by now what's been stated. The metal panels, I would not characterize the panels as shingles. I would characterize them as metal panels because I don't think they get installed in an overlapping manner like shingles do. I think they interlock. And, you know, Anne's reference to that detail would be a typical detail for detailing the corners for a panel system like that, although that is not shown on the elevation drawings where the panels seem to have kind of a running bond effect, so that the elevation drawings are not really accurate based on how this seems to be detailed in the detail drawings. So if our approval rests on the running bond character that's shown in the elevation, then I think we have to talk about how we feel about the corners, because the corners will have likely a corner trim with a vertical line that extends from the top to the bottom of these of this paneled area.
Mm-hmm.
Detail I was talking about was detail 1, which seems to rely on a caulk joint to keep water from getting behind the whole system. Again, that's a detail that's not our immediate concern, but it certainly would relate to how all these materials come together.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess I wasn't interpreting it as a metal shingle, but I see what you're saying. The photos of the panel product look like they overlap, whereas the detail, am I understanding that right, Gary? That's what you're thinking. They kind of look like they overlap with the seams, but the details show them kind of abutting one another. The product that they call out, or I guess I shouldn't say the product, their notes say just metal cladding and metal wall panel. They don't say metal shingles. So I think that yeah, the details are what they're intending, and some of them do seem to have a little tongue and groove type of aspect to it.
So just for clarity, they don't call them shingles. I called them shingles because the commission talked in their phase 1 review about how it was likely a wood shingle, and they had originally shown just a flush metal panel. They have switched to this interlocking material to have more profile than what was shown in the phase 1 submittal, which was just a flush metal sheeting material. I also I trust the detail drawings more that shows that interlocking corner trim that would be typical of a metal cladding material than the actual elevation materials. But just for reference, again, this is the phase 1 where it was just a solid metal detail, and the commission had some concerns over that, and then it was revised to this material.
Thanks. And so, but to your point, Gary, I see what you're saying. Like, does it rely on the running bond? And I guess I'm just not confident. They might be able to achieve that running bond with this product still. It doesn't mean that the joints have to align vertically.
Oh, I was talking about the corners.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Where the panels meet. Yeah. The elevation drawing seems to imply that these things bend the corners like a running bond, but the detail 1 shows that there is a vertical corner trim at the corners.
Gotcha.
Inconsistent. So if we feel that the corner trim as detailed is inappropriate, we need to say that. If the corner trim is fine, then that's okay.
Do you, Gary, feel that the corner trim is inappropriate or that it's fine?
I think the effect that's shown in the elevation drawing is actually would be preferred, but I don't think it's constructible.
Other thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I agree with you, Gary, in terms of referential detailing, that having, especially those things can get up into, 3-inch territory in width. It really would be different looking than the elevations. From personal experience working with this kind of material, I do find that those corner details tend to visually go away, especially if you're not right on them, and this being kind of up higher with the modeling of the metal kind of rust effect or bronze effect, I guess it's saying. I don't have a huge concern about that, but I'm curious what other people think.
Others? Not all at once?
Well, I would prefer not to see the vertical.
Okay.
I would prefer that they put the flashing underneath the panels and let the panels run around or something. But I think figuring out the detailing is actually not our purview. But I think that in the same way that the masonry runs around and it's not a coining situation, it's just a material that turns the corner. And that's actually what's shown in all the really beautiful renderings, is a material that just turns the corner. I would prefer that, this is just me, not to see a vertical flashing piece on each of the corners. It seems like a kind of detailing that is beneath the quality of the rest of this project, which is very beautiful, including the glass detailing and so forth.
Graham, were you going to weigh in?
I was just going to, I guess, with the risk of extending the conversation, come back around to the corner detail versus the existing straps and some of the verticality, and whether that adds another layer that sort of plays on the the linear nature of that glass and steel, by virtue of just how transparent it is, you're going to see a lot of sort of vertical steel and things like that. So I guess I don't have a strong opinion. I completely agree with Gary that the elevation details in the renderings, I think, show something different than the detail does. But didn't know if that swayed anybody else. I think I can go either way.
Yeah, I personally agree with Larry. I think it's going to, I don't think it's going to be a huge effect. And Graham, to your point, those verticals of the straps that they had, I think could be just a tie-in to this. I also went on their website to see if they have panels that wrap around, and it does look like it would be a corner flashing piece, but that they can get it to match. And their website for this product does show examples where kind of convinced me that I think it will be, it will at least blend in a bit. And for that reason, I don't have an issue with it. I don't think I'm allowed to share my screen. Otherwise, I would share those with everyone. But, so anybody else have issue with the vertical nature of the corner flashing? All right. We got a quiet house. So would someone like to make a motion? Try a motion here. It sounds like.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. And I just raised the issue just to point out that the details and the elevations were not consistent. And that if one was preferred over the other, we should talk about it. And since I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. So, Madam Chair, I move to approve application number 2022-COA-034. I think that the motion is wrong. This is phase 2 details, right? Am I looking at an old suggested motion?
So in the staff report, it's 262 for phase 2.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
That what happened to Larry with downloading the submittal happened to you with the staff report. It might be the old staff report.
Well, I pulled it off the website, not out of the email.
The email links you to the website, so it's what's posted there.
Yeah, but I think we don't want to necessarily use the staff suggested motion because we all discussed using the square top opening. So there need to be some modifications.
Right. I have this. I think I have the same problem Larry found.
Would someone else like to make the motion?
I also have the old one.
Okay.
I can make the motion. Okay. I move to approve application 2022-COA-262 for the phase 2 design detail for the proposed steeple reconstruction at 2246 Irving Street, as per intent statements 2F, 2J, 2N, and 2S, design guidelines 2.5, 2.13, 2.14, 2.15, and 2.52, 4.6, and Rehabilitation Standard 3, recommendation for missing historic features as part of that standard, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thanks, Erica. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
If there's no further discussion on the motion, then I'll call for the vote. George.
Aye.
Aaron.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Larry.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Aye.
And Kelly. Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote and the motion passes, so the project is approved. Congratulations. And I know we do have one discussion item. Does anyone need a restroom break? I know it's after 3. Should we do a quick restroom break? And we'll be back to discuss the discussion item. So we should restart the meeting. So, all right, you can see on the computer here, we've got the discussion item process up. So I'll go ahead and introduce the item. We just have one discussion item, although it is a big one. And then staff will introduce the item. We'll go ahead and discuss it as a commission, and then we'll provide public comments afterwards, so that you can address anything that staff or the commission has said. All right, and since it's a discussion item, we don't have to make a motion or vote on anything, right? So, okay, our discussion item today is a design guideline update for the phase 1 updates. So Jen, are you kicking it off?
Yeah, I'll start, and then it's going to be me and Jesse and Brittany kind of tag teaming this one. So you guys I can share, move slides around too. So just wanted to give you all and the public some background on this. So the design guidelines that we currently have there was a major update between 2012 and 2014. The current guidelines were largely adopted in 2014, and there were some minor changes made in January 2016 that were adopted by the LPC. And over the last 8 years since the original major revision, the public, staff, and the commissioners have all expressed that these need some major revisions to some of these areas. So we split the work into 4 phases, with the LPC adopting each phase so that we can move these along incrementally instead of having to wait until the very end to get this done. So the first phase is the focus is that of common issues and violations, kind of the low-hanging fruit that we were calling it, because these are areas that you all have had a lot of comments about, the public's had a lot of comments about, and also there have been a lot of violations for some of these things, so we wanted to address them as soon as possible. Those are solar panels, retaining walls, and wall cladding materials. But we also wanted to make some clarifications to some things like egress windows and sheds and landscaping and lighting. For example, we don't review landscaping, and there's landscaping stuff in there, so we're taking that out, that kind of thing. We did, one of the commissioners asked me a question over the weekend, which was a very good question of why are some of these things being addressed with kind of minor tweaks in them without a lot of discussion at community meetings, and some of them were things that we're calling clarifications, and it's really just because we have heard from the public that they want more specific guidance as to what they can and can't do. They don't want to hear, well, here's generally a whole sentence about what might work and might not work, read between the lines and figure it out yourself. They want to know, for windows, wood, aluminum clad wood, those are allowed, that kind of thing. So we tried to be specific in strategic areas to help answer those questions where we get those questions a lot as staff members. Our process, I'm going to look over here because you guys are hiding the screen for me. But so we had a kickoff meeting to talk about what our phases are going to be, and or to talk about how we're dividing it into phases and what the plan is for all of this back in September. We had 70 participants and then that we also had 7 commissioners who attended, and that the meetings were recorded and put on the website. So we probably had many more people who watched that after the fact, or maybe a few more. In the autumn of 2021, Abby and our intern Taylor worked on researching guidelines from 22 cities and 12 states. And we presented some of those findings at the November phase 1 community meeting. At that meeting, we had 41 participants and not including 7 commissioners. And also not including staff. These numbers are just members of the public, not staff members. Between November and February, we also had an online survey up, and we received 64 not everyone answered all the questions, but 64 participants total for the entire survey, which is pretty decent showing. And then over the winter and the spring, we had a lot of staff internal discussions and drafted the guidelines, and then went back and talked to the staff to make sure we were on the right page, and really did a lot of internal conversation to get where we are now. So in April 26th, we released the public review draft, and that was open for, usually it's about 30 days, but we wanted to go through the whole month of May because let's go with a nice easy end date there. And we received 102 online comments plus 3 emailed letters about that. Today, we're having a discussion item, and we're hoping that a lot of people would attend. Right now, we only have 2 members of the public, but glad that you all have joined us. You too have joined us. And then I have here July 19th or August 2nd as a tentative public hearing at LPC. I did crunch the numbers yesterday based on public notification process and recording with the clerk and recorder and all of that. And I don't think the July 19th will be feasible. I think August 2nd is the earliest we can do it, because we would have to have a totally baked final draft to record with the clerk and recorder on Monday of this week if we go with July 19th, and I think that's a little premature. So today we wanted to do a really brief introduction or presentation on each major topic area. We took the comments that we received from the public draft, and then also the letters we received, and focused them on specific areas that we thought needed more commission deliberation discussion. So the idea is that you all would discuss those topics individually, and then there would be a public comment period at the end, and then additional commission discussion, so that if you all, we would like you all to consider the public comment as well, and make sure that those comments are addressed in the draft. So I'm going to kick it off with the solar, largely because this is probably one of the shorter conversations that we hope. So we provided you with a list of the existing guidelines and compared them to the new guidelines proposed, which are in blue. And the existing talks about locating them on the rear 2/3. The new guidelines really focus on roof form and where they can be located. And I think the main topic for this is going to be about the front facing facade. So right now it says avoid solar panels, installing solar panels on the primary front facing roof plane of a primary structure. And so we wanted to get your sense on if solar should be installed on the front facing roof plane of a primary structure if it doesn't damage the historic roof materials. Should there be a lighting study required? That was something that staff thought might be something warranted, because, for example, in my house, we did a solar investigation and half of the panels would have to be on the front of the house. I don't live in a historic district, but I also am not comfortable with following other requirements, because I don't live in a historic district, and we're going to forego having the solar on the front of the house because of that. But it's a very real thing that I have a big tree in my backyard, so therefore I can't have solar on the front of my house or on the side of my house. So should a lighting study be required? Usually you get that when you get a solar application. Should commission review be required if it's on the front of the front facing facade? And if so, what would that review be based on? How would you all make a determination one way or the other? So talk amongst yourselves, please.
This is tough, and this is one that, we see a lot, right? I mean, the solar panels, we've all kind of acknowledged that we thought that this needed an update, and so this is a tough discussion. I mean, overall, my first thought is the front facade should be avoided, if at all possible. But I mean, it's so tough, like these clay tile roofs. I feel like that would be very that's such a character defining feature of homes of that style. And so I feel like there's just no way to make it blend there. But, you know, it also looks like it kind of depends on the form, right? Like in the one on the far left, like if it were on the front part of the hip, but on the lower or the two projecting sides, yeah, like maybe I would feel different about that than on like the very front. And I guess where I'm going with this is I feel like going to the commission if it were on the front would be a good thing, but I don't know how to answer the second part of that question, which is what would the review be based on? Like, I feel like we can only base our comments based on guidelines. So if it's not addressed in the guidelines, I'm not sure how we would interpret it.
I think it might be a wise idea to interpret that as if the front facade is facing south, then a commission could approve that or not approve it. The point is that a solar array is going to lose a ton of efficiency if the panels are not facing south. If the front of your home is also got your best exposure, then I just think that you could put them anywhere else you wanted to, but on the front you just need to specify, well, our front is south facing, and not to do it that way would detrimentally impact the whole purpose of putting up solar. So I'd say whether, you know, commission review, no, unless they want to put it on the south facing side, and then we just need to step in and say, okay, this is south facing side because the main effect of the solar would be negated if you're facing north or under a tree or something like that. So if we could somehow protect the ability to put panels on a south facing side, if that happens to be the front of the building, then I'd be pretty much okay with anything else.
I'll weigh in. First, I do think solar panels could be installed on front facing roof slopes. I think it needs justification with a lighting study so that we understand that there's no other alternative and that it doesn't damage historic roofing materials such as clay tile. That I think that would have to be a consideration if it is an original historic roofing material. But I'm sure you all are aware I'm in support of more solar panels and think we need to have more flexibility than the current design guidelines state.
Can I just clarify one thing? Because it's my understanding, based on talking with applicants and my teammates, correct me if I'm wrong, or those of you who know this also on the commission, it's my understanding that installing solar at on a clay tile roof simply just means removing one tile at anchors, as opposed to damaging, installing through tiles and stuff like that. So we haven't heard that installing solar damages the material of a clay roof. Potentially it could for like a standing seam metal, but we don't have that many of them in Denver. But it is a visual impact.
But I feel it's a temporary thing that could be reversed. So I would be in favor of it, of having them on the front facade.
I would like to, I'm not sure how to make this specific enough to be helpful to both commission and the public, but I feel that I'm open to considering them on a front facing roof slope of kind of a if-then procession of, if it's not feasible on other roof slopes, if a lighting study shows that this is the only feasible place, then may be acceptable. However, I think another step would be, how does it impact distinctive features of a roof or at the front facade? And how we might define that, or if we need to define that, I think is still a big question in my head. But I think that's kind of where then I would want to be able to say, you know, frankly, on some buildings, it's just not appropriate, unfortunately, because of the way they'll have to be installed. Is just too overwhelming, or it destroys the historic character of the front facade. So that's kind of my jumping off point, I guess, for this subject.
Madam Chair, I agree with what Erica has just said, that there are some roofs where the front facade, the installation of solar panels would just seem inappropriate. But it's hard to define what those look like. It's kind of like, we'll know it when we see it. And that's kind of hard to put into a guideline. I have a question though about the so-called damage or not to clay tile roofs. Assuming what you said is true, and I think in some cases it is, and in some cases maybe not. But if we would approve the application of solar panels on a clay tile roof, and that approval is based in part that it's reversible, do we require them to save in perpetuity the tiles that they remove, so that when and if the system is removed, that they would replace it with the original tiles, assuming that replacement tiles may not be available in the future? Is that something that's within the purview of this commission?
Yes, I thought we had that in here. That's why I'm looking.
Somewhere there was discussion of it in the edits.
I mean, we have discussed that, so that could be, I think that's also why we're saying, does this require commission review? So you can put those conditions on there, and also saying, would this require commission review? Because you won't know it until you see it. And do you make that call in a public setting versus us as staff administratively making that call? So like there would be guidelines to guide that. It's just like, is this appropriate for this house? But it needs commission review because we are a publicly appointed body who can make those decisions public.
So the clay tiles, I mean, there is draft language. It's not in this section, this 2.33, but it's in the other kind of new section that was added. It talks about retaining clay tiles and keeping them.
Thanks. I knew it was somewhere.
I would agree with what Erica and Gary have kind of said. Like, Erica, I think you described it well. It's kind of an if-then situation. It's a last resort, and it would go to the commission for review and a final determination.
I sort of have two thoughts of this. One is that I'm against the lighting study, because I think we've seen this before. People come in front of us and they say we can get 100% of our, our power if we do this, that, and the other thing. And I think we should be clear that our purview is not giving everybody the maximum amount, or this is my opinion, the maximum amount of solar you can get on a dwelling. Our purview is actually the making sure that the final product is compatible with a historic district, because there may be cases where you could get 100% if you covered every square inch, but again, that's not our purview. So I'm against the lighting study. But I also think one of the things that's interesting about this is it's going to evolve over time. You're looking at all these roofs right now and you think, oh my goodness, they'll have solar panels. But by the way, if all of these had solar panels and the neighborhood had this kind of as a uniform look, and the panels were compatible with the roof shapes, over time, we would just, this may just be something that's the way historic neighborhoods look. It's just hard to envision it right now because there aren't any. So that's not very helpful, but.
So I have a question, Anne. Does that mean that you're supportive of them on the front facade roof slope?
I am, as long as the panels, and I think this was one of my comments, as long as the panels have are located to respect the configuration of the roof. And this is my other problem with the lighting panels, with the solar studies. Roofs are not 100% south facing, they're made by southwest facing. And what you don't want to see is one of these beautiful roofs with half of it has panels on it and the other half doesn't. So, and I know there's no way of quantifying it. I think the location of the panels has to be respectful of the roof. And then I would consider it on a front panel, on a front facade.
I also,
I think,
go ahead.
I understand what Anne means as far as, if the lighting study is putting us in a position of having to approve like 100% or, maximum solar gain. But at the same time, I think, and they are pretty standard these days. So it's not as if we're seeing them come in without thinking it through, but I think it kind of puts the onus on the applicant to really look, like, is there a benefit to putting it on this roof slope? And if so, here is the amount of benefit, because otherwise, so I don't want to, have to take their word for it, that, this is the best way to go, is to put it on this distinctive roof slope without seeing some sort of justification or study that shows that, because of shading, because of orientation, et cetera. All those factors that are specific to one site, it's not going to be the same from property to property. So I think that's the one thing I think the study would be helpful for. Now, whether we need or want to say that we're not guaranteeing or looking to give applicants their full solar gain that they could have, I don't know if that's language we want to have, but so that's the flip side of what you're saying, Anne, which I understand.
Go ahead, Gary.
If electrical power, there's an effort, Excel is moving towards renewables. And assuming sometime in the future, whether that's 2030, 2050, 2080, electrical power in Denver was 100% renewable, would we still allow solar panels on clay tile roofs or south-facing facades where it disturbed the character? It's no longer a sustainability or environmental issue. It is strictly an issue of an owner's decision to buy power in one particular way rather than another. And so, and I know that's a long-term kind of thought, but does that kind of idea change how we might address the allowance or the allowability of solar panels on south-facing or front-facing clay tile roofs, as an example, that eventually there may be other ways of addressing the environmental issue, whether it's community solar or the fact that the grid is much smarter and includes 100% renewables. I know that that's all kind of pie in the sky, but it does kind of affect, how, historic preservation is all about managing change. And how do we manage change in the most effective way while still being environmentally conscious, especially when it comes to preserving the character of particularly important historic buildings. I don't know, you can write that into a guideline because again, you know, like if you look at the 3 images on the screen, solar panels on the front facade of the leftmost building, even if that's a clay tile roof, might be acceptable. But from my point of view, it wouldn't be acceptable for the one on the right-hand corner. And so how do you take that kind of judgment and put it into written guidelines so that owners have a better understanding of what might and what not, what might and what might not be acceptable?
So I would like to make sure that we focus on now, because things are going to change over time. Like the 30 years from now, hopefully we are in a much better place climate-wise, climate change-wise and energy-wise and all that stuff. But the good news is that we can update the guidelines. We didn't for 8 years and we should have. And that's why we are doing a major overhaul. Hopefully we can just continually update these over the course of, you know, every few years of doing, or every couple of years of doing more stuff to just make sure we're addressing it, because who knows, maybe in 5 years, we think that what gets adopted this year is not appropriate and we need to fix it again.
So Jen, did we adequately address question 1? Because
Yeah,
I know
think so.
you've got a bunch of them.
Yeah, and I'd love to have us move on. So I think so. The other question wanted to ask about solar is there's a suggestion to add language that the panel layout where visible should respect the historic roof configuration. Staff was really concerned that that's too vague to enforce, because what does it mean to respect the historic roof configuration? Does that mean that it shouldn't be on a front facing slope? Does that mean it shouldn't be near a chimney? Does that mean it shouldn't it should be symmetrical, perfectly symmetrical, or should be staggered, or things like that? So this is where we'd like to get your input.
It comes back. It comes down to one of the original historic property questions. Would the original builder of the house recognize his house? And I said before, and I think it's still valid, he'd probably ask, or she would probably ask, what the hell is that on my roof? But he would still recognize that's, as soon as he says my roof, he's recognized that you can put solar panels on a roof and not destroy the aspect of the house.
I personally think that it depends on the style of the house. I think oftentimes it ends up being that, you know, we're looking for more symmetry, but it really depends on, you know, the layout of the roof. And unfortunately, I feel like this is one of those where we just can't be prescriptive because every roof is so different. I don't know how we would explain it I understand it's vague, but it's like, how do you make this address every home and commercial building that's under our purview?
I think the question is, do we add it at all? If we add, do we add it? If not, or if yes, how do we make it less vague? If not, then that's fine.
What if you use graphic examples of acceptability and graphic examples of what's not acceptable, even though they're, you know, you're not going to cover every situation, but you might have a half a dozen good examples and a half a dozen bad examples, and maybe that will help applicants understand what we're looking for.
I think that's a good idea, kind of like the additions diagrams that we have.
So here's the deal with that, is that they're not actual guidelines. And so we can't say, you have to follow this, you know, they're not actually written guidelines to reference. That's,
yeah, you have to have the words and then the examples. Yeah.
Well, and saying of an image is good or bad is also subjective, I feel. I don't feel that you can say, like, looking at the image on the left there, some people may think that's a bad example, and some people may say, hey, yeah, that follows the historic configuration of the roof.
But that's why the images either have a green check or a red X, because we're explaining that. Erica, what were you going to say?
I was wondering if it could be something like consideration should be given to panel layout so that it is the most unobtrusive as possible. so that it's, it is, what we're looking for is that the panels don't stick out. I mean, obviously they're going to be visible, but we're looking for something that's not going to, like, suddenly it's making a pixelated picture on the roof, right? Like, we're looking for it to be just trying to blend in as much as possible. And that depends on the roof. So if we encourage them to consider that in their panel layout, I don't know how enforceable that is, but it's like one of those encouraging statements that we seem to have of, I guess they are enforceable, but it's kind of laying the groundwork of like, this is what we're looking for, so that ahead of time when we're reviewing this is what we're going to be considering.
That helps. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. Oh, did you guys have any other discussion? Anything else about solar you wanted to discuss?
Well, maybe when we were, when you have photos like this, yes, you can't quantify it in words all the time. But if you said, this is appropriate because the panels are symmetrical, they are on the same slope as the roof, A, B, C, D, this is why, it's okay to have it. As opposed to something else where they're all haphazard because you have a bunch of dormers or skylights or something like that, and you have to kind of pick your way around them. This is not symmetrical. You got a choice, skylight or solar panels, but this is and maybe provide some advice on, if these skylights were not here, the panels could be symmetrical, and then we wouldn't have any problem with it.
Only other thing I have
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the only other topic I have on solar panels is there going to be anything about solar tiles in the guidelines?
Solar shingles?
Yeah, solar shingles and tiles. We did, it's at the very end, I think, at the guidelines, and we were encouraging them, I believe. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but yes.
Sorry, I think I just found the page it's on. Thanks.
Yeah, they're split in different places, and I think it's because we had one in, we had something in roofing or something. Anyway, because we figured that if you're putting on solar panels, you want it in the efficiency section, and if you're putting on solar tiles for your roof, you would want it in the roofing section. Okay, well, if there's no other conversation about that, then I will hand it over to Jesse and just tell me when you want me to change slides.
All right, wonderful. So staff reviewed and organized 3 guidelines pertaining to retaining walls. That's 510, alterations to Denver Hill, 511, avoid adding a new retaining wall, and 512, located design and design a new retaining wall. So during staff discussions of the retaining wall guidelines, we determined that it was important to restructure these guidelines to address individual landmarks and then buildings within a historic district. We did determine that it was that less flexibility could be or should be provided for individual landmark structures, as the site is typically an important part of the designation, and also because this was a big part of the discussion for members of the public when we had our meeting back a few months ago. If you wouldn't mind moving on to the next slide. And then staff felt that more flexibility then could be added to historic districts. The main reason particularly is that alterations to the site, particularly in retaining walls, would not have a significant impact or as big of an impact on the integrity of a contributing building in a historic district. So staff then organized those 3 guidelines into 2 guidelines. And under each of those 2 new guidelines, we address height, design, and materials. Next slide. So some of the questions that came up during public comments were should railroad ties be discouraged? This is a material that is found somewhat in our historic districts and sometimes on individual landmarks. For example, the Henderson House shown here on the right-hand side, that is a vertical wood retaining wall, but it's kind of similar thought process there. Is it appropriate to use railroad ties? So during the public meeting, commenters stated that railroad ties may not be appropriate for individual landmarks, but it may be okay for use in historic districts depending on the context. Staff then took that discussion and further discussed it and came to the idea that ultimately that this material was not appropriate for individual landmarks unless it was historically present on the site, i.e. Henderson House, but it may be appropriate for use in historic districts depending on the context. So staff feels that railroad ties are a traditional material. They're easily reversible and will have a low impact on the integrity of the historic district if allowed. And additionally, Jen pointed this out yesterday, and it was something that was kind of like a light bulb moment for me. Denver has historically been a railroad town. So this material kind of ties back to that history. So we felt that it was appropriate for those reasons, but wanted to bring back this question to you all for further discussion as to whether or not you felt that it was appropriate. Should we allow it on individual landmarks when it's included in the designation? Should we allow it in historic districts, or should we not allow this material at all?
Well, I say don't use it at all because creosote's a toxic material that can affect both the soil that it leaches into and people who are like, if you cut it, the creosote comes out in the sawdust. So it's a toxic material that I don't feel should be used, even if it's historic.
Well, and my comment is, what is a railroad tie?
Well, that too. And I think there's a difference between landscape timber and wood and a railroad tie. But if you're talking actual railroad ties, they are toxic.
Yes, well, and I agree. And what I was going to suggest is that maybe we should not use the terminology railroad ties and talk about, if we're going to allow wood as a retaining wall material, talk about timber and define it in some ways that it's clear. Like the image on the left, I would not call those railroad ties.
I don't think it is railroad ties. In the landscape industry, railroad ties are railroad ties. They're treated with creosote and are reused from railroads. Landscape timbers are different altogether and are different grades of wood, some treated chemically, which is also questionable for use, and some not treated. So I think saying landscape timber is a better terminology, and then you don't have to define what kind of wood it is.
I think too, yeah, true railroad tie, Aaron, as you said, is probably a lot more rare than landscape timber at this point, right? I mean,
it is now. And like, if there were historic ones on a site, when I've been working, we've removed them, say in national parks and such, because of the toxic quality.
Even though there's toxic, it's something about that greasy railroad smell that's still very authentic, right? I know that we can't see like the other senses here, but no, I think I like the distinction between timber and true railroad tie. I think most people would be hard to find one.
So if we redefine it as not a railroad tie, but landscape timber, would you guys be comfortable in having them on use for use on sites for individual landmarks where they have been historically there, and in historic districts where the context supports it? Or would you feel that it's an inappropriate material to use at all?
Our third one, based on the facial expressions I'm seeing, which is they can be used anywhere.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Speaks for itself.
I think you just.
If we're looking at all materials and we're thinking about, were they there historically for a landmark, or are they seen in the context, then it's appropriate.
Dennis,
just wording that says it's non-toxic or something, non-toxic landscape timber,
okay,
or untreated landscape timber, then I think you're pretty well away from the copper and the arsenic and the creosote and all the wonderful things they put in outdoor wood.
Okay, perfect, great. Jen, let's move on to the, okay. So then the second, that brings us to the second question that was kind of a bigger question for discussion from the public comment. And that is the use of cast concrete landscape blocks. Should they be allowed? So we had defined it as rectilinear concrete blocks. We were referring specifically to the image on the far left where it kind of has that curved front and is trapezoidal in shape and creates this kind of rounded wall surface that is obviously not like a stone look-alike or anything of that nature. But the community did bring up that there are other trapezoidal blocks with a flush front that once stacked and have a cap on top of them, you can't tell that they are not, or that they are trapezoidal blocks. And then what we were saying would be appropriate is just like a regular square rectangular block with a rough face to imitate stone, as shown on the far right. So I guess the question is, how do we better define that in our guidelines? And we also feel like obviously we, with this guideline, would have imagery to go along with it. So it better helps define what we're trying to get at. But is there a term that we could use that would better define, excuse me, I am stumbling on my words, better define what we're trying to get at with the trapezoidal blocks? Rectangular faced. Anne?
Maybe I'm going to ask just a slightly bigger question and maybe Aaron could weigh in. So what happened was about 2 years ago, it seemed to me that we were just getting one violation after another of these little low retaining walls. And the reason was because two things were happening in neighborhoods. Either people didn't realize they needed to get a permit and they were just going ahead and doing it, or they were in a neighborhood and everybody had done something different without, going along any guidelines, and they were just matching their neighbors. And so I don't actually know the answer to the question, because you're somehow trying to rein the whole thing in and trying to get neighborhoods to be consistent in retaining walls doesn't exactly seem to work. And maybe Aaron could help me out here, because it's such a small thing and everyone kind of does whatever they need to. And this one is a great example. It's like, I feel like you would choose one of these and the first thing that would happen is somebody would get the wrong one and put it in and think that they're following the guidelines. And I know that's not helpful, but at the time it just seemed to me we were penalizing people over something that it didn't seem like was all that important. Maybe that's just me. So,
and that's a good thing to bring up, because maybe the answer is we say that they're okay. But from what we were hearing from the community input was in our meeting and our online survey was that they aren't okay. So we were trying to figure out how to define it. So talk amongst yourselves.
I think it's interesting to say it's not okay as a blanket statement, because, whether you call them rock face block or whatever, this split, you could buy the Sears or Montgomery Ward form and turn them out in your backyard in 1905 and have a very similar look. And State Historic Fund projects have restored retaining walls of rough split face looking CMU that is truly historic. So that probably just muddies the conversation, but. Yeah,
well, actually, I was going to comment on something similar there. To start off with, I wouldn't say that have the appearance of natural stone, because that is also inviting in full-on cultured stone that is fake rock, not concrete block. And I don't think that's what we want to go for. That's a separate issue. I mean, I call these split face, rough split face concrete blocks. And I think rectilinear, like the face of it is rectilinear and not angled, is what I think we're like. There's a way to craft the words, but more importantly, I don't think you want to say natural stone there, because that opens up another can of worms. Unless we're okay with people using cultured fake rock.
I agree that, you know, whether concrete block are acceptable or not, we should not imply that it's a substitute for natural stone. It is what it is. And if it's acceptable, it's because it's fits the context of the neighborhood, or context isn't an issue. But if we're saying that these are substitutes for natural stone or have the appearance of natural stone, I think that's very misleading. So like those neighborhoods where brick and stone were used historically, I think these landscape blocks should be allowed. We should be talking about brick and natural stone. But in neighborhoods where there's some precedent for using concrete block, I think we can have concrete block. You know, split face concrete block were not available really before about 1970. So it's not really well, I guess it is a historic material now. But when you considering the neighborhoods that were built in the 20s and 30s, this material was not used. There might have been molded faces, but not split face.
Okay, so if we take out the reference to natural stone or the appearance of natural stone, would we be okay with any of these options that are shown at the bottom for a man-made rough face block? Or is there one that you guys are more leaning towards? Something that is coplanar, has no curves?
I would say the one on the left is not acceptable. The other two could be.
Yeah. Put your red X on that one. Green check.
And how would you define the block on the left so that we can get verbiage that
if you
accurately describe in our guidelines?
I guess you'd have to say a curved face.
Yeah, that's what I would say, that curved or angular faces are not acceptable. You want it flush.
All right, that's it for me. Thank you, guys. Except unless you have other questions or comments, just things to discuss about retaining walls.
There's one other item I remember we had discussed on retaining walls, which was board formed concrete versus smooth face concrete. I just remember it came up in a couple of, I think it was a violation, like Ann said. We were looking at some low retaining wall, and when would either one be appropriate? Because I think, if I recall right, board formed was not acceptable in one of the contexts we looked at. I just think, do you remember
here?
I remember it was in Potter Highlands that instance happened.
So it's here. So we have used retaining wall materials that are common to the historic district. These may include, and then it says at the end, or smooth or board form concrete.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to make sure it was in there. Thank you.
Can I just address those fences that are just the wire baskets filled with rocks?
Gabions.
Gabion walls.
A gabion.
Yeah, that's also, I don't know. I don't think very acceptable.
Yeah, we addressed that in H of
Okay.
5.12. That is not an appropriate.
Avoid using trapezoid modern material quartets to gabion wall. Okay, cool.
Is it fair to have a moment of silence for the Denver Hill? I feel like we've defended it for so long, and now we're not backing down. But you know, we've had, admittedly, it's been such a contentious thing, and I maybe only say it because I have a double Denver Hill in my front yard. It's like 14 feet tall, but it really feels like this. I mean, obviously, a lot of the guidelines are changing, but I think we've seen this. It's not an exaggeration to say 3 or 4 dozen times in the last couple of years, right? That this will really redefine how we look at that, it feels like.
Just can't be the first one on your block to put up a wall.
Oh, no, I think most blocks have at least one wall, right? It's just that like we often get the request for the wall. So it'll be interesting to see if it accelerates or changes the way that gets handled.
I will also say to the Denver Hill, like a lot of districts now, they want it totally exempt from their character defining features because of how problematic it is. So a lot of our new districts don't even recognize it as a character defining feature.
No, it's true. There's just something about those old black and white photos of Colfax or Sherman Street or something where it's this beautiful rolling hill, but we don't all get to live in black and white photos, right? So
And you see it's the continuity too that
it is.
It's so striking, which we're clearly kind of beyond that now. But I do appreciate the moment of silence because I know some landscape architects who will not be happy. But
Let the record show at least, right?
Yeah.
One question for everybody on those retaining walls on the Denver Hill. You say on walls over 1 foot in height, but you don't specify a maximum height.
So that would be based on the zoning code requirements as well, which we will be referencing in the guidelines.
Right.
The zoning code requires that if you're changing grade in the front setback by more than a foot, that it has to go through BOA review. And then there's a max height of, I believe, 4 feet on those.
Okay.
So it would be related to the zoning code requirements.
Is then if it is over 30 inches and requires a handrail or guardrail on top, we would need to review that as well then.
Yes.
Okay, so that's just implied in there in the comment on Denver zoning code.
That's a good reason to retain the Denver Hill.
Yeah, because if you get it over 30 inches, they're going to have some sort of barrier.
Well, and I think that's why we provided some additional flexibility in here with the use of terracing, so that they have the option of avoiding BOA review and all the other hassles of meeting zoning code requirements, and by just doing terracing.
I agree. Okay.
We have doors and windows as options here for people to escape through.
So we'll move on to materials if everyone's okay with that, since we still have a lot to discuss. So on the screen here is the material guidelines from Chapter 4, which relates specifically to new and non-contributing structures. The old guidelines reference this chapter a lot. In the updates in Chapter 3 for additions, we have written our own guidelines for materials. It reads very similar to this. However, E about clapboard and shingles is a little bit different. So up on the screen, we're saying for new and non-contributing structures, you can use lap siding that has a textured finish. In the guideline that talks about materials for additions, we're saying that it must have a smooth finish. So I do want to point that out to the commission, but particularly this E guideline has been pointed out to us that there's a lot going on in it and there are some typos in the guideline. But if we could move to the next slide, Jen. So should faux wood grain be allowed in some circumstances? Because we are allowing it now. And that again is just on new construction, and it's where it has limited visibility. So as we know that shingles do not come in a smooth finish, they are always going to have that faux grain unless some manufacturer develops a new product, but currently it's not. But the lap siding does have that faux grain finish or smooth finish. We get lots of violations on it. So up on the screen is a new infill construction where the rear was totally clad in a faux grain, as well as the garage structures. So are we creating enforcement issues where we are saying that additions have to have smooth finish, but new construction can have the faux grain? Or should we just allow it to, in general, be more flexible on these structures that are not historic and are not contributing to our historic districts? So again, as the guideline is currently written, the revised guideline, we would be allowing it on new construction where it's minimally visible, and on additions, it would have to be a smooth finish. Do you guys find that as an acceptable compromise?
I think to jump in, Gary, I'm curious to hear what Gary thinks of what I'm about to say too, but I feel like the faux graining is sometimes indicative of a less than quality material. You can get the quality materials with the faux grain, but I think if we did consider allowing it, we would want to make sure that we're not opening the door to, you know, a T111 or a fiberboard or some of the things that everyone jumps to when they are thinking faux grain. Because typically there's not a cost difference between, say, a smooth grain, you know, or a smooth surface hardy board and a faux grain. So just my 2 cents on, I guess, making sure if we do consider it, that we don't lose sight of that quality material.
There are major supply chain issues right now too, where they're making the faux wood grain and they're not making the smooth.
Oh,
and so
understood.
we're hearing from a lot of people that they can't get it. And, you know, we had someone who drove up to Wyoming to source it because they were like, okay, well, this place has a stash of it. And we were able to get some.
Be able to get a hold of it. It's
and
true.
Graham-
Yeah, it's crazy right now.
The guideline does say cement, fiberboard, or other durable manufactured with a textured should be limited to areas. So it does make that call out for that more durable material versus like allowing T111 or some of that lower quality material.
Good deal. Thanks.
Any other thoughts?
Well, it's good to hear what Graham said. I was just wondering what is the appeal of the rough sawn sites? Because it wasn't used until maybe the 1950s, and it was rough sawn wood used for siding. And that was along the same time that, you know, we were doing the things with plywood and so forth. So it's somewhat a style and context issue. But wouldn't it be easier just to say, just to say it's got to be smooth no matter what? And that way we don't have to decide whether it's an addition or it's an infill or it's a, I know that might be a bit extreme and it doesn't consider the supply chain issue, but supply chain issues better not last forever.
I think the issue, I mean, I'll speak from a staff perspective, is that it is the #1 spec material. We always have to request they change it to smooth finish. I'm not saying that makes it okay. We just see it a lot as a material and what people request as a lot as a material. And as people have asked for flexibility, I think that's kind of why we drew the line at, okay, you could use it on new construction, but not on historic buildings. So that's kind of how we drew the line. Now, whether that line is appropriate, I think is for the commission to discuss.
The other thing is that a lot of garages were built before designation with or without landmark approval before or without landmark inspection before this was really enforced. And so people are constantly saying, but my neighbor has it. The whole block on my alley, everyone has faux wood grain siding. Why can't I? Why do I have to find this stuff that I can't find anywhere? So that's one of the reasons.
So I have a question for the architects on this issue, because to me, I could care less which one it is. I don't notice it. Like, it doesn't jump out to me as a huge character issue, whether it's smooth or faux grain. Is it that big of a deal to look at? I mean, I don't notice it.
But when doing a kind of a historically compatible addition, let's just say, or even an infill building, that a lot of attention's been paid to historic compatibility. When they use rough sawn or the textured wood trim, it just sort of reduces or diminishes the effort that went into making it compatible with historic character. And I know that's a personal opinion, but historically, wood-clad buildings were smooth. After the sawmill was invented. I know it's a judgment call.
I think we tend to agree with you, Gary, and that's why we say minimal visibility. That's a key part of us saying we would allow it. Sorry, Larry.
Oh, no, I guess the thing that kind of concerns me is, we had 2 reviews today of ADUs, and the scale of those is so much larger and has so much more of an impact on neighborhood feel that I'm kind of hesitant to say that smooth or that faux wood grain should be allowable on secondary structures, because we're gonna be seeing more and more large secondary structures covered in this, material that, yeah, I mean, to your point, Aaron, I think that it is for architects, yeah, kind of one of those like needle in your, I don't know, temple or something when you see it in a historic context. And so, yeah, I think with that, with the fact that, I do agree about the concerns about the supply chain, but I think I'm also hesitant to kind of react to supply chain in a permanent or semi-permanent design guideline, even if that could change.
So I have a question for you, Larry. We got lots of comments on why we are doing material guidelines on accessory dwelling units now. And staff's thought was we need these guidelines now for materials. We obviously know we need to address like accessory dwelling units in a greater capacity and intending to do that in a later phase. Perhaps the accessory dwelling unit material guidelines don't allow it as well. And it's treated like additions where it says it has to be smooth finish until we can flesh out more specific guidelines on scale and massing to ADUs. And maybe it's just that new construction that is a primary structure where it's minimally visible. I think that's also a discussion to be had as well. Or if we just don't allow it at all, we leave it as that.
Well, if you want it to look like wood, use wood. Or not. Is this a price thing or a durability thing? Why? I mean, I'm with Aaron.
Not
I
that
don't
we
even
know
notice it.
not that we know, but it's more of a availability thing. It's more readily available for sure.
Ah, well,
I think
thank goodness supply chains aren't our purview.
Yeah, I certainly fall in the, generally speaking, smooth being available feels good. I know that means catching fire right now, which I catch a lot of these days on the supply chain as well. So I certainly sympathize with that. But I do think, solid wood is beautiful, but it requires painting a lot more often than an integral color, fiber cement. And so whether or not those are close in cost or lumber skyrockets like it is also right now, I feel like this is not a very onerous requirement that does have a really tactile and important kind of feeling that it contributes to, kind of like walking into a room that has really thick orange peel texture on the walls or like really nice, smooth, sanded drywall, right? So I guess that's where I'd throw my opinion on this one.
Yeah, I would agree that I mean, supply chain issues aside, I think smooth is preferred. It just has a quality that is that faux wood grain, it just cheapens it to me. It's like, I don't know, the Disney World-esque like quality of just, I know that the intent was to make it like give that read as wood, but like Gary said, they would plane the wood so you wouldn't see that effect. So I just don't think it's really giving the quality that people are looking for in it. And I worry that it kind of starts to open up like, well, then is it okay with these synthetic roofs or like, like what else are we going to allow these faux textures on?
So we'll work on rewriting it for the infill chapter to be more similar to the additions where it says smooth needs to be used based on this discussion, but we'll probably continue to see it as violations, just an FYI. But we'll move on as we still have several items to discuss.
And so Graham, you said you have to leave by 5, right?
I do, if that's all right. I'll hang in here as long as I can, but
I'm starting to hit a wall too, and so I don't know, because we have a work event going on. I don't know if you can hear it, but that means a pro tem chair would have to be created to finish out the meeting since Julie's not here. And so I'm just wondering, there's 8 of us, so even if Graham leaves, we could still elect a pro tem chair. There'd be enough people to vote. Okay. So I'll try and hang on until maybe like 5:15 or so.
So another comment we heard is that brick should be a modular configuration with a minimum amount of cut to the brick. We as staff have some concerns over that, as buildings are not usually traditional brick construction anymore, and they're not modular in nature. The brick is usually applied to a surface, and the building has to fit in with Denver zoning code. We're worried about this being too difficult to enforce and too prescriptive. We also have some concerns over it because it will affect where windows are placed and openings are placed, and that conflicts with another guideline that they should be within typical patterns. We do want to bring this up as this was a condition of a recent design detail approval that the commission said it needed to be modular. We as staff have a lot of concerns over this being way too prescriptive, though.
So that's interesting to me, because I understand that brick is now installed as a veneer, but I think it's standard practice by architects that you still define your openings based on modular, like you course your walls and you locate your openings and the ends of your walls to course properly. I mean, it's the same with CMU. You would do the same thing. It's not just brick. I mean, architects do that. I think, I mean, Graham, correct me if I'm wrong. I think even a contractor would prefer that.
So here's part of the reason we have concerns about enforcement is because yes, architects typically do design based on modular sizes, and contractors are going to want to build to that. But what happens if we get an ADU and someone has cut a bunch of brick? Then we have to have them reclad the entire facade. And that seems a little harsh. And so, yeah, so that's where our concern is. How do you enforce this?
I get it, but in design review, isn't it good to then set that up front, and then they correct their drawings so that their dimensions reflect it, and then staff can see that. And if it happens in the field after that, I mean, I guess I don't know what to do then. I agree that it seems harsh to reclad an entire building of brick, but I mean, I feel like giving the comment up front then helps with the quality in the end.
Yes, but that comment never gets to the contractor.
We also don't usually see that level of detail in our design detail drawings. So that would be asking if this gets put in as a guideline, that is adding an application requirement onto our materials, which is fine. It's just something to consider, as we already have a higher level of detail that is required than the building department. Like, I have a angry email in my inbox right now over the architect noting or equal, and I have asked him to take out the equal because we don't do that. So
okay, here's a question, because I know this has come up several times in our deliberation recently. Have you seen, I guess we probably haven't served any violations here based on this because it hasn't been a requirement, right? But you know, I think that, as Kelly mentioned, yeah, and I don't know very many masons in the field who are willing to kind of work in a way where you end up with little slivers or cut brick anyways. I almost feel like if a dimension on a set of drawings was such that it would require it, that they might actually shift their layout in order to better, you know, work with a modular or a half or however the running bond is stepped to hit that proportion of brick. And so as opposed to making it a requirement, And something that admittedly, it would be really difficult for someone to remove a whole wall of veneer, just to replace or look at what might become cut brick around a window. And it's a challenge when you're introducing new openings in existing masonry walls, which is something we have to look at very separately anyways. But I guess I feel like, we have brought it up as a commission recently, but as a general practice, hopefully it wouldn't be something that would be a major violation source. And so maybe there's I don't know if it's a graphic or if it's just a friendly note, or we can't really have a guideline with a friendly note because you can't enforce a friendly note. But, I guess my gut is just that 95% of the time it's going to be done that way anyways. And so maybe then we just say, we give everyone the benefit of the doubt that is sort of an industry standard piece, but we can always continue to mention it as a friendly comment and deliberation or whatever that might look like. So we certainly don't want to overcomplicate, but I think that, it feels unnatural to me and what we've built over many years to, assume that wouldn't be the case, even though we want to guard against it, because it admittedly isn't pretty when it happens, right?
So I was the cranky old person who mentioned this, and it's the confluence of two things happening at the same time. One is the fact that we're seeing people do a lot of recreation of masonry details in non-bearing walls. And so we're sort of seeing some silly stuff, and that's part of it. But the other part of it is the actual quality of the drawings, because, and I'm dating myself here, we used to actually draw out the brick. And right now what you're seeing, the representations that we're seeing of elevations are just hatches. So you have no idea if what you're looking at is actually anything real or not. And there's part of me that thinks one of the ways to get over this is to just tell people don't put any hatches on, because if you look at a hatch and you see something that is filled with all these little pieces, and this is sort of an atom issue, that's what you're looking at. That's what was actually presented to us. And I don't know how you get around it. I'm sort of with Graham, maybe there is a friendly comment, but I do react with when we're trying to approve drawings that show things that are clearly not the way things are being built. And I'm just going to say an extra piece of this. Also, increasingly, I have to say, we're seeing renderings that are much, I think, more true to what it is the applicant is trying to show us. And actually, I believe that the renderings we're supposed to ignore. Isn't that correct? They're not actually part of the application. So we have this funny thing happening where we have all these renderings which show immense amounts of detail. And then we have the actual drawings, which are totally incorrect. And part of that is, I guess that's a little bit how, I don't quite understand how one is supposed to approve something when the drawing is actually not what's being built.
I think to address that concern, and because it happened today where we had a rendering overlay and their drawings are based on the rendering, but then their actual detail is just, perhaps we as staff need to ensure the submitted drawings are accurate and are showing, like the accurate details. Because I personally, when I'm working on my infill applications, I don't accept renderings that don't accurately reflect what the applicant is intending to do in drawing. The project today was I adopted the project. So, perhaps it just needs to be, what you're doing needs to be what you're showing in plan.
Well, on the application, it just has to say the rendering and the drawing all have to be consistent. And if inconsistency is found, we won't even discuss it. We just bounce it back to them and say, put the right number of brick courses on here, or show where your openings are going to be. And that's, if they're not consistent, how can anybody make a decision on that? Is that you just have to put it back on the applicant.
Yeah, and I think we used to not really look at the renderings in too much detail, but now we do, and we stamp everything. So maybe we just haven't caught up to our current practice yet. And that's maybe more of a application issue than design guideline issue.
And
That's
I I do just want to make sure, we're not making things impossible for people to submit, because, a hatch, it does still help us read what the material is. Yeah, do I wish that they would align, because that's what they did. They didn't check and look in the elevation and go, oh, let me align this line here, and then it would have all looked right, and they didn't do that, so it comes in wrong. But I mean, I think we ask a lot of our applicants, and some people don't have architects, or they do, but these submittals are so onerous, and we hear those things a lot from people. And like Brittany, you had said, you're checking more than the building department is, which I think just goes to show how much we're asking of applicants. And I think, it's good to make sure things are done right. We want to make sure that they're following the guidelines and that it's going to be high quality. But I don't want to create so many hurdles for applicants that it's so difficult for them, to just get through the process, because typically it only makes sense for an applicant to apply during a certain part of design. They're not done yet when they come to us, and they shouldn't be, because that's asking too much. Because then if we turn them down, they're redesigning everything. Their owner doesn't have the money to do that because they thought they were ready to submit for construction documents, or for a permit. And so I think it's okay, for us to give people a little bit of grace, but I think it's a great friendly comment. I like that idea of just making this a friendly comment, because I understand what you're saying, that it's too difficult to enforce. But I guess I just wanted to throw that out there, because as someone who is both an applicant and on the commission, I understand what everybody's, getting at, and I get it. But I also want to make sure, that we are giving the applicants the benefit of the doubt and not making this process too encumbersome.
Yeah, if I can quickly say, just that I
Sorry, everybody.
totally agree. Oh, you have to head out, Graham. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, staff. This is a lot of work, and I apologize for having to jump out early. And sorry to interrupt, Larry. We'll catch y'all soon.
Oh, no worries. Have a good evening. So yeah, I think maybe one way to look at this too is just to look at hatches as representational and not as literal. And I think about, kind of older hand-drawn elevations where you would literally just take a little corner and kind of roughly hatch in like a look of brick, and nobody was kind of using that as a guideline for coursing brick off of. And same thing with like shingles on a roof or anything like that. It just represents the general idea of here's the material. But yeah, I would agree with the staff that there shouldn't be an onerous requirement about exactly how to modularly install brick.
So I think we'll move on now, because I get a general sense of the commission's thoughts on that. So curtain steel is something that is pretty popular here in Denver. You guys rarely see it because we ask people to change it before it even comes to you. But should we allow curtain steel in a non-industrial setting? And I think one of the big reasons why we've always said no to this is because of how much curtain steel bleeds and could potentially impact the surrounding context. I'm not saying we get a lot of metal additions, but we do. And should we allow curtain steel? We did get a very specific comment that curtain steel works really well in this climate. And there was a project that the commission approved under our contemporary guidelines before these guidelines that use curtain steel. So wanted to ask the commission's thoughts on curtain steel.
Can I ask what it is?
Yeah, Corten's a steel that rusts, and then its own, it protects the steel behind, the degradation actually protects it. So it is a long lasting material. I think it's high quality. I think it's very beautiful and very contemporary. Personally, I think that I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's just, I feel like we find very few instances where it seems compatible and appropriate. And I do agree that I have concerns with the way that, water does, run down it and then stain things. So it does have to be detailed in a way where that is addressed. And you see people do it. I mean, sometimes they do it, if it's on your wall, then maybe they have a gravel bed below. And then that's where the water can fall, and it's not just right over a concrete sidewalk or something like that. And then, where it would just stain the sidewalk completely, or, if it's, I think I have a hard time, like, if it's installed in the manner in the right, lower right corner, then it's just going to be all over the historic material, and then it's going to be very difficult to clean that and maintain it. So I personally am not opposed. I don't think it needs to be like it can never be used, but I think that it has to be used in such a way where it's compatible and detailed correctly to mitigate damaging historic materials.
You just said it. So
that's kind of
I
why I
was
put
rushed as a kid.
Interested, I think Gary you unmuted, and I'm interested to hear, since you're kind of a materials expert,
Well,
what your thoughts are.
you kind of addressed the issues. First of all, I don't think it is the architectural style that sort of most appropriately uses or might use Corten steel will tend not to be a very compatible style with a lot of infill projects. So it's kind of, it's really an industrial material or a commercial material. And Kelly was absolutely right. It has to be meticulously detailed so it doesn't do something you didn't expect. And typically, we're not seeing that attention to detail in a lot of the projects that get submitted. So, and I would not want to say prohibit the use of Corten steel, but it is problematic. And so it maybe should be discouraged. And where somebody really wants to use it, they have to demonstrate that they're doing everything possible to use it appropriately and protect historic materials. And I don't know how you write that into a guideline unless.
I mean, I think it's almost already in our guidelines that, you need to protect and preserve your existing materials. And if the installation is putting those existing materials at risk, then that kind of starts to cover it.
So I think right now we just say don't use it, but I think I got a good understanding of how to rewrite this. But we'll move on.
I'm just going to add one thing, that if you say don't use it, that's fine. But if in the future you do say Corten steel is acceptable, I think you need to revisit Corten retaining walls, so at least it's consistent.
Yeah. And I think Corten is a kind of a proprietary name.
It is.
We might need to find out what it is generically, because there's
weathered steel.
Yeah. It's got an ASTM number. What you don't want somebody to do is say they're going to use it and then just use bare steel and let it rust, which is possible.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you'd have to fact check me, but I think you can call it weathered steel as the non-proprietary. But I could be wrong. It's kind of like Kleenex. Everybody calls it Corten, but it's not all.
Yeah, I've heard weather ring steel, but I don't know if that really makes a big difference. And yeah, there are multiple formulations that are not Corten but are still qualified.
Because weathered steel is anything you didn't paint.
That's true. Touche.
It's weathering.
So is it okay if I move on? We still have so many more slides to get through. So our guidelines currently don't explicitly say that vinyl windows are not allowed in most historic districts. Should we just outright say it?
Yeah, I mean, that's how we enforce it. So unless this body feels that we should start allowing it, I think we should just be clear. While we're doing that, do we want to be more clear about composite, like Fibrex type of stuff, or is that already pretty clear in there? I can't.
We say that we list the we are now going to list the allowable materials, which are wood, aluminum clad wood, and fiberglass composite. We don't specifically say Fibrex, which is not the same as fiberglass composite, so that would probably need to be added to the list.
So can you clarify though, because Fibrex is in some of these guidelines, these rewritten guidelines, but they are on additions or infill?
Yeah, so we allow it on new construction and additions, not on historic buildings.
Sorry, you allow Fibrex on new construction additions? Okay.
I wonder if there's, I don't know exactly where to put it, but if there could be some sort of explicit statement that says like some materials are allowable on infill and additions that are not allowed on historic buildings themselves. Just as like a blanket statement, not to replace these more specific guidelines, but just as a heads up to everyone of like, this is not always the same between these different circumstances.
That's a good like call out box that we could do that we have in our guidelines. I don't think we had considered that before, but I think that's a good thought. Okay, so this is a big one for us as staff. When are divided lights appropriate? So generally speaking, our guidelines say use simple designs. We have had some additions recently approved that use divided lights. We've had some new infill construction that use divided lights. So there are guidelines now that are talking about using divided lights, but it says, you know, when it's within the surrounding context, then obviously use a true divided light or simulated divided light with spacer bar. So we could just move on to the next slide, Jen. So should multi-light windows be allowed on new constructions and additions, or when should they be simple configurations? So I just have some examples here below, like the one on the left is new infill construction on in Allen M. Ghost, where they did divided lights and the commission approved that. The addition in the middle is just they had divided lights on their historic home, but they used 1/1 lights on the addition, and then the drawing is that divided light that was recently approved on the addition by the commission. So I think for us, it's not always entirely clear where that line should be, and we give our, generally, I think we as staff err to tell all of our applicants to remove the divided lights from their project.
I think that divided lights in new construction is appropriate under certain conditions. And that would be where, I don't know, you'd have to define that it's, again, it's one of those things we'll know it when we see it. Like the example in the lower right-hand corner, I think it's appropriate. So that if new construction, whether it's an addition or an infill project, is proposing a particular architectural style, even though it might be a simplified one, if divided lights were consistent with that style, I think it would be acceptable to allow them in an infill or an addition. You know, just to outright oppose them, new work, I think is maybe a bit excessive.
So Gary, do you feel like this is like one of those things is if the applicant is proposing divided lights, it automatically triggers commission review?
Oh.
Just because you'll know it when you see it, kind of.
I think I wouldn't, you know, if it's that, if it's the kind of issue that requires that level of review and staff doesn't feel entirely comfortable making that judgment call on their own, I don't see any reason why it can't come to the commission.
I feel like there's probably some circumstances where staff could administratively approve that, like especially if it's an addition to an existing building that already has divided lights and it's trying to match the existing. I mean, I don't see that, although I feel like a lot of additions do come to the commission, but maybe if I know you administratively review some, I just don't know all those instances since I don't see them. So maybe if it's just at the rear and or you're putting it on consent, I'm not sure exactly how all that works.
So I think, generally what I've heard is that divided lights are okay when there's some other material change that indicates this a new addition. As far as what we do administratively, it's all additions that are less than 900 square feet, less than 40% above grade square footage, and meet all the guidelines. So
gotcha. I kind of fall in line with Gary. It's tough to quantify that or like prescribe it, but I mean, I can think of some instances where, and I've heard applicants have frustrations where they feel, or the RNOs feel that our guidelines are kind of making it so new construction is boring, for lack of a better term, because of all the verbiage of simplifying and, like that they feel that anything new is then getting the quality of the design is kind of going away. And I think that's not the intent, right? So I think that there are instances where divided lights, that aren't distracting and crazy could still be one of those factors that makes it compatible with the neighborhood. I'll just leave it there.
I mean, as Brittany pointed out, I think we've been kind of going for divided lights when we feel that the other materials or design of the addition is making clear that it's a contemporary construction and isn't trying to imitate. It's just trying to kind of be a good neighbor. Or so it seems, I still think that's appropriate, like that it can be an okay thing to have if there are these other factors that are playing in, but if it ties it, but it's still other factors make it contemporary, clearly contemporary, then it doesn't seem to be an issue. I'm not quite sure how you state that, but.
And I would just say, I know this isn't what you asked, but the current, standards that you have for having the spacer bar and the, application on both sides of the light, I think that's still extremely important to maintain for any simulated divided.
Yeah, we did make some clarifications to like spell out what exactly that simulated divided light with spacer bar would mean. So there's no like question. We're going to do an illustration too, so that'll be all really clear. Okay, so in terms of alley placement, we got a lot of comments that A, B, and C are redundant, and I very much agree, and I don't think these are that clear. So I think should we work on this guideline now, or should we just fix it later when we're doing accessory structures in future phases? I think right now, like we only have it in the document because we changed it from secondary to accessory structure. But I think as soon as we made edits and put it in the guideline document, people were like, this is repetitive, this is repetitive, this is repetitive, which it is. So should we work on it now? Don't have any language on how we would fix it, but should we work on it now? But one thing I do want to mention that is something that was pointed out to us, if we can move on to the next slide, is that should we start addressing accessory structures that are on corners, should they be allowed to not necessarily face the alley? And then in very, very rare instances, there are some accessory structures that are mid-block that also the doors don't exactly face onto the alley. So like that middle picture, there are very, very few of these in Denver that are like that, but they do happen historically. But as you know, we generally tend to require alley access for your garage doors. So if we are making adjustments to this guideline, should we start addressing those things now as well?
And do it in the next phase, which I think is what we had talked about anyway.
Yeah, which we could absolutely do.
I mean, I think if there's a lot of other things to address with them, it probably makes sense to push it to the next phase just so that we're not like piecemealing. But I see what you're saying. I mean,
I agree that we should just hold off.
Do you think it's okay to make the word verbiage change now, or should we just save that until later as well? From secondary to accessory to be more
in line with the zoning code. That was
Yeah.
the entire reason.
Mhm.
I don't personally have a preference. If it's something that you get a lot of questions about from the public, then sure.
Okay. That is all for me. Thanks, everybody. There's still more though.
I'm really sorry, but I do have to leave. Do I need to be here for a vote to happen, or do I?
No, we just need to have someone who can volunteer to be a chair pro tem. And then we have a little mini election and move on. And the person
I'm really sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. Have a good night.
But thank you. Have a good night. And thanks for all your hard work. These are looking great.
Thanks. So the person who it would be chair pro tem really just has to close the meeting. I think that's the only formality, or ask for public comments and then close the meeting. Yeah. Anyone?
I can do it if you'll walk me through.
Thank you. Absolutely. Okay. Does anyone want to nominate Erica?
Sure, I'll nominate Erica to be the chair pro tem for the remainder of today's meeting.
Second. Thank you. Great. And because I'm technically chairing the meeting, I guess a vote. So I don't remember the order. Let me see. I think that would be George. Do you support Erica as being the chair pro tem for the rest of the meeting?
Oh, certainly.
Okay.
Oh.
Aaron.
Yes, aye.
Let's see. I think Gary.
Aye.
Larry.
Aye.
And let me do the alphabet. Erica.
Aye.
And Anne.
Aye.
Fantastic. Thank you. We'll walk you through it, Erica. Brittany, do you want to jump into this last bit? Oh, you're on mute.
So this last bit is really, we added some guidelines about sheds, some clarifications to egress windows and lighting. So these are all the kind of sections in blue that we are intending to make some updates to the guidelines. We didn't really feel like it needed like discussion today, but is the commission comfortable with us making those changes and then us just going right into a public hearing for the design guidelines, or would we want another discussion item to talk about that? And then also, like, this is, I guess, the time we would have to talk about other things that the commission saw in the guidelines that you'd want to bring up with us. Anyone?
So, question, Brittany, are you specifically saying that you would only be going forward, staff would only be going forward to public meeting on egress windows and lighting and I guess, was it sheds, you said?
No, so just for example, like if you look at some of the blue comments, there's a general comment here on sustainability. should be coordinated to adopt the Denver Building Department requirements for solely ready roof on new homes. We internally need to research that more, so we don't have anything like today to present to the commission on that, but we would do that research. The question is, do you guys want another public hearing to discuss those comments that are highlighted in blue? Or sorry, do we want another discussion item to discuss those comments in blue? Or can we make those changes to those items in blue and just have them in the final draft, and you as the commission review them in the final draft, and as part of the public hearing in which you would adopt the draft at the public hearing? Did that make sense?
Yeah. Can I ask a question about the scheduling?
Yeah.
Because I think we're all kind of like at the raggedy end of a really long day. But on the other hand, the guidelines, it's really critical to us because, you know, it's just part of how we answer all these questions. Is there time in the schedule to make this a discussion item or not? Because if there, I mean, I totally understand that there are huge scheduling issues, but it just right now seems like a hard time to kind of launch into it. And maybe I'm speaking only for myself.
Yeah, and that's a very legitimate thing. And that's something that Brittany and Jesse and I had talked about, is whether you all would feel comfortable after this discussion or whether it was time for another one, another discussion item. The issue is that we do have, so the schedule is a soft schedule. It doesn't, we're not like by ordinance, we have to do this by whatever date. We do have to do certain things by a certain date. And so that's why the earliest we could have a public hearing after today would be probably August 2nd. But if you wanted to have a second discussion item for us to clean up a little bit and send it out again to you all, we could do that. We're looking at some busy agendas because we pushed a bunch of stuff for this discussion that was on the agenda. So that's really what it comes down to, is that today was the filing deadline for the July 19th meeting. We have a public hearing, potentially 2 public hearings. No, they're setting the public hearing, sorry, for both of those. So we could have it during that meeting. We could do it August 2nd and have adoption happen in late September or early October. So that's part of the discussion right now.
I guess I have a procedure.
I don't think it'd be bad to have another discussion item if we could carve out some time. Everyone's a little fresher and, you know, knows what they're approving. So if we could have another session like this to clean up some issues, I think that would help me understand what's, you know, some of the things are.
So I guess I have a question then. Would you like to have us to clean the draft totally and have a clean discussion on that and then do a public hearing?
So Brittany, are you referring to just not only these 3 topics that we have on the screen here, but everything that we've talked about today?
It would be everything, yeah. Or do you trust us to just do it and jump into a public hearing in which you would adopt the draft? It's either's fine, we just need to know.
I have a kind of a procedural question, that if we said, and you're talking about the items that were outlined in blue primarily, right?
I mean, it could be just the items in blue, it could be the items in yellow, like we could do this however you want.
But if we said, go ahead and give it your best shot, and when at the meeting where there would be public comment, if we decided before the public comment that certain items were not yet right, could we pull those out?
No, but you could, like, I can't remember. It's not approving it with conditions. It's approving it with modifications or something like that, I think. It's kind of like what happened with the La Alma Lincoln Park guidelines. I think there were some typos and things like that were caught at the end. It's similar to what you guys do for designations when you want clarifications on things.
I guess my question was really about if there was one of the guideline revisions proposed that in the commission discussion, we decided didn't get done it didn't resolve the issue well enough. That would put all of the proposed changes behind. We couldn't say, let's leave that one alone and address it in the next round.
We could, but it would mean it would delay that guideline or that section of guidelines for another year potentially.
Okay.
Or we would have an interim adoption, which would have another public hearing and I think it would get confusing to staff
right.
and the public and what's been adopted, what's not.
I mean, we as staff could always do a totally new clean draft of everything.
Yeah,
and
which would be
we
fine.
have another discussion on it. So when it does come to the public hearing, we know every single thing and it gets adopted, no problem.
I would definitely say, at least for the blue sections, sorry, can you not hear me very well? I don't know what's going on with my microphone. Okay. The ones that we haven't talked about today, but that are in blue, it seems like at least some of them we should discuss more, particularly sustainability, when you've got to do some kind of more research. And I think that just puts you in a terrible position to write something that then, if it goes straight to basically a public hearing on it, then that just doesn't seem right. But it doesn't seem necessary to me to rehash things that we've talked about today that you feel clear on, kind of where we landed with them.
I think it would be, I agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. I think it would be more like a double checking of, we would draft it. I think this makes the most sense to do is for us to come back, draft it up, send it back to you all. The attorney should take a look at it as well, because honestly, I'm not sure that I sent it to Adam. I'm pretty sure I didn't. He's not on the call anymore because he had to leave, but I will be doing that, I'm sure, soon. So would you all be comfortable with aiming for August 2nd for a second discussion item and then a public hearing presumably shortly thereafter, because there wouldn't be that much to discuss?
Well, is it possible for us to review a written copy of it a month ahead of time or whenever? Because to me, that was very useful to be able to go through it. It's a little hard to just see it on the screen, but you're going to clean up what we did today and you're going to address, or maybe I'm putting words in your mouth. The way I look at it, you're going to clean up what we talked about today. Then there are these sections which haven't been touched yet. Is it possible for us to look at them in a written format, just us, not as, I don't know if the whole public needs to, and comment on them so that when it comes back as a discussion item, we've already, made our peace with it, or we've made our comments rather than just doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check with the attorneys as to how that would work, whether you all can provide, feedback outside of a specific meeting. So that's really the only hesitation I have.
Okay, got
it. We haven't done the public comment yet. And let me just see if there's anyone still.
There's two people still. Stuart and Ozzy are still with us.
Okay, great, because one of them had dropped off earlier, so I was just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
He hopped back. They hopped back on.
So Eric,
we'll open it up now for public comment. I don't think we have anyone joining by phone. So if you'd like to speak, you can raise your hand via the hand raise button. And you have up to 2 minutes to provide your comment. I believe if you could introduce yourself with name and address at the beginning, that would be great.
Awesome. And guess what? We have 2 hands raised. Let me, hold on a second. Let me get our friend the timer back. Not that one. It's that one. All right, Stuart, you are up first. You can unmute yourself when you're ready.
And you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Stuart Hayden, 2525 Grape Street. get comfortable because I have a lot to say. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I'm wondering if you could just do a special session to discuss this further. I think it might be beneficial if commissioners weren't as tired and could sort of address things freshly. Yeah, that's all I had. It's just a question. All right, thanks.
Great feedback. And I would like to respond to that because we could do that. Absolutely. We were trying to reduce commissioner fatigue with meetings, but we have commissioner fatigue with this meeting for sure. So, all right, Ozzy, you are up next. You're welcome to unmute.
Yeah, hey, thanks. The discussion today has been really fascinating. I had to drop off a bit for a chiropractor appointment, so I missed some of it. On the topic of solar and the extent of solar, I wanted to mention that like asphalt shingle roofing wasn't even invented until 1901, and it's now kind of the default roofing for a lot of the historic neighborhoods that were built before 1901. Roofing materials are just kind of different from other historic materials. They've got to be replaced every so often, and I just feel like solar, if we get to have a future where it's actually working and it's livable, solar roofing materials are going to be the standard, and I hope our guidelines don't present any obstacle to that. And then the other thing I just wanted to ask, since I did have to miss part of it, where was the commission feeling about updating the the materials guidelines with relation to ADUs, since I know our neighborhood had strong comments about that. And I'm trying to see whether there's a scenario coming where you're going to end up having to update certain guidelines twice or something like that. So thanks, that's all.
Awesome. Brittany, do you want to address that?
Sure. So yes, we will probably have to update sections twice. We definitely need material guidelines for accessory structures now. So while it's not ideal, we have done them now. The commission did talk about how we need better guidelines in general for accessory structures. So we will be doing updates to the accessory structures, and we will probably be doing things twice, and that's okay. Because some of this is a band-aid that we need to address issues now, and we'll get to better guidelines in general in the future.
Alrighty. I think that's it. We don't have anyone else in the public attending, so I guess yeah.
So, I guess I will close the meeting.
Great, and for the record, 5:42.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
For all your hard work.
Bye.